Welcome everyone to the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board meeting for this quarter. And I'm Jeffrey Hales, chair of the Standards Board, and with me I have my esteemed colleagues on the board, and we'll get to them in just a second. But just as a reminder of a few logistical issues. One, today's meeting, like all of our Standards Board meetings, is public. And so it's an opportunity for our stakeholders to listen to the deliberations and updates we have on the Standards Board activities. And it is not, however, an interactive meeting, so it's not an opportunity for us to engage with our standard setters, but rather to be with our stakeholders, but rather to be transparent with them. So what I would do is encourage you to, if you have questions about the content that you see today, we welcome feedback at any point in time, and so you can visit our feedback page and submit questions there. You'll also be able to, I believe, submit questions in chat. We just won't be able to directly address them today in our Standards Board meeting, as we have a pretty full agenda, and that's not the purpose of today's meeting in any case. So I would also remind you that today's slides are available on our Standards Board calendar. Just if you go to our webpage and look for the Standards Board, our calendar, you'll see materials for today. And then after the meeting is over, since today's meeting is being recorded, you'll be able to get an archive of that as well there once that is posted. So with that, let me go ahead and turn to an introduction of the Standards Board members. So on the next slide. So we have with us we have 11 Standards Board members. Got a bit of an echo as well, so make sure everybody is on mute if you're not speaking. So I'll go through just in the order that we see here, starting on the left. So I have first Verity Jagar, who's one of the co-vice chairs. Hi, Verity.
Hello, good to be with you.
Thank you. And then our second co-vice chair is Bob Hirth. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeff. Hello, everyone.
Thank you. We've got Kurt Kuhn. Kurt, are you there? I don't see him.
I'm here. Jeff, I'm here, sorry.
Great. All right, so he's lurking in the darkness, but he's always a source of insight and light. So great. We're looking forward to hearing from Kurt today. Lloyd Schurtz.
Good morning.
And then Dan Geltzer. Dan, was that? I think I heard your audio a little funny. Just to check with you there. Does he sound like a cartoon to everybody else as well? I don't know.
That any better?
Much better. Well, it's less entertaining, but it's certainly more audible. So thanks, Dan. And going next to Elizabeth Seeger. Elizabeth, we see you. Are you going to sound like a cartoon? What do you got for us?
I don't know. I hope so. That was entertaining. Hi, everybody.
Okay. You sound great. Thanks, Elizabeth. Mark Siegel.
Hello, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Morning, Mark. Suzanne Stormer.
Good afternoon from Copenhagen, Denmark.
Thank you, Suzanne. Good afternoon to you as well. Stephanie Tang.
Hello, good morning and good afternoon, everyone.
Morning, Stephanie. Good afternoon, depending where we're coming from. And Mark Bassett.
Good afternoon, everyone, from the Netherlands. Pleased to be here.
Good afternoon. Okay, great. So it looks like we've got a full set of board members with us, and we've got the ability to hear everybody. So looking forward to engaging with all of you throughout the day. Let's go ahead and jump to the next slide. We've got 5 topics on our board meeting for today, and as usual, we'll kick it off with an agenda overview, and then we're going to go through 4 projects, 3 of which are research projects, and 1 of which is a standard setting project. So on the next page, if we just go there, we can talk a little bit more about what to expect in each of those. Oh, is it not? Maybe go back 1. There we go. That's the one. So we're gonna kick it off. We'll spend the first hour getting an update on what's been going on broadly in our standard setting activities for the various projects that we have ongoing, and we'll also get an update on some of the other things that are relevant to the work that SASB does. And And then over the next hour and a half or hour 45 minutes, we're going to dive into two projects. One is the tailings management project. It's a standard setting project that has gone through public comment. And so we'll be hearing from the staff to kind of sort through what we've heard back from public comment and have a discussion around some of the issues that have arisen as a result of public comment. Next, we'll be covering human capital, that research project, which is one of our bigger research projects. And so it's been going through various stages of outreach and consultation. The staff is ready to present some preliminary recommendations to kind of help to prioritize the work stream going forward. So we'll be looking for a discussion there with the standards board on that proposed approach. In the second half of today's session, we'll have two other projects. One is the supply chain management issue that we've been looking at in the tobacco industry. And there we'll be looking for feedback from staff on what they've heard from that process of engaging in research and consultation, and looking at what the staff's recommendations are for a path forward. And then, since this is important for the staff and myself to get feedback from the board, we don't require a board vote on research projects to move forward with them unless it goes to a standard setting project. And so that's not what we're proposing for that particular one, but we'll be interested to get the board's feedback on those preliminary conclusions about what to do with that project. And then the last thing we'll be looking at is the research project in alternative meat and dairy in the food sector, food and beverage sector. There's been work going on there, and so staff is ready to present proposals for standard setting, adding some project to the standard setting agenda to address alternative meat and dairy in some of the food and beverage sector industries. And so we'll be looking for a discussion of that as well as a board approval of that. So that's the pretty full agenda today, and so looking forward to that discussion. With that, I'll go ahead and just ask my fellow board members if there's anything that they have questions about before. So just jump in quickly. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and move into our standard setting agenda overview. So that'll be led by David Parham. David, are you there?
I am here and ready to go, but happy to pause to see if there's any questions or comments from the board.
Yeah, looks like no one's jumping in quickly. So one thing, I'll defer to you, David, on this, but I think we're looking for an update, but also an opportunity for the board to get questions answered and to engage in some discussion to the extent that that's helpful to do here. So I assume it's okay for them to jump in if they've got questions along the way.
Okay, and encourage, please do. Happy to have this session be interactive, so board members are welcome to jump in at any time and ask any questions. So with that, let's go ahead and jump in. So hello, board members, hello to the public. As Jeff mentioned, I'll be kicking off the meeting today by providing the board with a brief overview of our standard setting agenda. We'll look at several of the projects that are on the agenda, which Jeff just provided a fantastic overview of, as well as I'll provide some short updates on our other project work that's not on today's agenda. And then as Jeff mentioned, I'll give a quick update on some key developments at SASB, as well as more broadly in the corporate reporting space. And then, of course, as mentioned, welcome questions or comments from the board throughout my comments here, or happy to take questions at the end as well. So let's go ahead and jump in. So first, I just want to take a minute to walk us through our current project pipelines. This is our current set of approved projects that the staff is currently pursuing. And just to orient us on this slide, the graphic at the top really depicts our process for how we set standards. So if we start on the left-hand side of the slide, we start with the staff's ongoing monitoring of industries and issues to identify potential standard setting project opportunities. And then, of course, moving to the right, we move through our standard setting process. And I'll discuss some of the projects that are focused on this sort of standards development part of our process. And you can see that we have projects that are at various phases moving through that process, from preliminary deliberations to our core research and consultations to formal public comment periods, and then of course post public comment period exposure draft deliberations. And so we have several projects that we're pursuing that are at various points throughout that process, including some that will be discussed on the agenda today. So as the board can see, our projects continue to advance through our pipeline, and we'll be focusing on several of the projects on the monitoring industries and issues side of the pipeline, as well as one project, as Jeff mentioned, that has just concluded a public comment period. So I won't reiterate too much of what Jeff has already shared. Oh, Verity, I see you here, so very happy to answer a question or respond to a comment.
Hey, David, I just want to confirm that we've got the red boxes around the projects that we have on the agenda today, but we could almost put a red box around that internationalization issue as well, I think, since it's my view that that comes up in the tailings management project as well. Is that fair?
That's very fair. Yeah, absolutely. One of the key aspects of that project is seeking to update the way that we, of course, account for how companies are managing their tailings facilities. Key aspect of that is our current standard is reliant on a US definition for hazard potential for those facilities. And as we'll get into in the conversation later today, and as folks may have seen in the exposure draft, we're of course evaluating a new set of metrics which are oriented around and aligned with an international definition and approach to those tailings facilities, including how they are assessed for hazard potential. So internationalization is sort of its own work stream from a strategic perspective in terms of the staff's efforts to understand where there are instances of US-centric metrics or topics across the standards, but really we think of this as a thematic priority for the staff and for the board, and is embedded into many of our projects, including the tailings management project. So very helpful comment, Verity, and important in how we think about internationalization as a broad priority, as well as a specific project. As you noted, Verity, and great tee up, the items in red are the ones that are on today's agenda for discussion with the board. Jeff walked us helpfully through those projects. Just to briefly recap, we'll be discussing, of course, an update on our human capital project. As Jeff mentioned, the objective there really to share an update with the board, focus in on how the staff has organized that really tremendous amount of research into specific tranches of work that we're recommending to carry forward, and then a prioritization of those tranches, which we look forward to discussing with the board. Suzanne, see you on video. Happy to answer a question. Let's see, I can't hear you yet. There we go.
Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't intending to ask a question, just to say that now I made my webcam work. So, so I changed the device. Apologies for the interruption, David.
No problem at all. Can confirm the camera is working. It's good.
Yes.
Moving through our other projects on the monitoring industries and issues side of the pipeline, as Jeff mentioned, we'll be hearing updates on our alternative meat and dairy research project, including the staff's recommendations around standard setting based on the conclusions of that project. Also an update from Lynn on our tobacco supply chain project, as Jeff mentioned, and the staff's recommendation deriving from that research as well. And then excited to dive into what we were just discussing based on Verity's comment on tailings management and unpacking some of what we heard from public comment. Just want to take this quick moment to thank everyone who did provide input during that public comment period, which concluded in March. Really a fantastic amount of feedback from many different companies and market participants, and really appreciate that level of engagement. So looking forward to discussing that with the board and discussing next steps on that project later on today's agenda. So that's what we have on the agenda for today, and how these different projects map across our project pipeline and our standard setting process. I did want to briefly touch on several of the projects that are not on today's agenda, but we continue to actively advance across our full portfolio of projects. And those are really captured on this slide. I'll provide a few comments on each just to give the board and the public a quick update on our status on each of these important projects. So for raw material sourcing, we'll just mention the staff and the board are making rapid progress on that project and are working toward finalizing an exposure draft and basis for conclusions for the apparel standard based on the work of that project. And we're looking at the sort of June timeframe for the potential launch of a public comment period to expose those materials to the public and seek the public's input on potential revisions to that standard resulting from that project. So very excited about that, and tremendous amount of work from the staff and the board in moving that project forward. On the systemic risk project, the board may recall we successfully, the board voted to initiate a public comment period mid-March. And so I just want to let members of the public know that that public comment period remains open. Very much encourage the public's participation in that public comment period. You can find the exposure draft materials on our website on the project page for the Systemic Risk and Asset Management project. It also includes a link right there for you to submit your public comment if you would like to do so. And that public comment period is, as I said, open. Just under halfway through that public comment period. It's a 90-day public comment period, and it's scheduled to conclude on June 15th. And then, of course, the staff will then analyze all of the feedback we get during that open period and seek to establish next steps toward issuing an update to that standard. Moving down the list here, the next project is Plastics, Risks, and Opportunities. So for this project, the staff has really been focused on consultative engagements. It's quite a technical issue, and that we're seeking to really fully understand. And we're now really assessing the results of that consultation and increasingly looking toward developing exposure draft materials based on what we've learned through that consultation. So we're looking forward to discussing the results of that consultation and potential implications to the standards with the board near to mid-year, perhaps around the timing of our next board meeting in July. Moving down to the Content Governance and Internet Media and Services Standard Setting Project, staff, similarly to the Plastics, Risks, and Opportunities project, are proceeding with really targeted consultations with companies and investors. Hoping to move through and continue to have those consultative discussions with the public for the next month, and then move to summarize the results of that consultation and begin moving into preparing exposure draft materials. And quite similarly to the Plastics project, hoping to be in a position to provide the board with an update in our July board meeting with the possibility of initiating a public comment period later in the year. And then very importantly, at the bottom of the slide, our projects that are seeking to update our core governance documents, our rules of procedure, and our conceptual framework. The board, of course, likely recalls in our last meeting, we had a session on the agenda to discuss the public comment letters that we received arising out of the public comment period for those documents. That was held late last year, concluding at the end of last year. And really, since that time, the project team has conducted a number of working sessions to further analyze those comments and build out our options for moving forward on key decisions. And we continue, of course, to engage the market to ensure we have a robust understanding of the market's views. Next, we'll be moving toward drafting potential revisions to the conceptual framework and rules of procedure based on that discussion and that feedback received from the market, which will be circulating with the full board for the board's input. So overall, these projects are not seeking, just want to remind folks, not seeking to fundamentally alter our role or our approach at SASB, but really hoping to leverage these revisions to explore or to build out the clarity and the effectiveness in communicating our approach to standard setting, particularly around maintaining and improving the standards that generate decision useful information for investors in a cost-effective manner for companies.
Hey, David.
Jeff? Oh, Kurt, yeah, happy to answer your question.
Yeah,
Please.
just asking a question from the dark here.
Go for it.
It's clear that the rules, procedures, and conceptual framework go beyond the timeline of this. Is there that much work to be done, or is part of the issue that with us merging with the IIR and the other changing that we're waiting to be more relevant to kind of the broader concepts that are emerging in the market?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think really what we're focused on now, as mentioned, is understanding and drafting those potential revisions for the conceptual framework and rules of procedure to solicit the board's views. And I think through that process and through that conversation, we can get clarity on the exact timing for issuing updates to those documents. I think we're focused on the rules of procedure, perhaps having a shorter time frame to finalize. And the conceptual framework, as you mentioned, lots of things to consider there, given the developments in the space around us, implications of the merger, and so on. So looking forward to having that be a dialogue with the board as we move forward with making updates to those documents based on what we've learned from public comment. But Jeff, seeing you here, would welcome your additional comments and maybe a question as well.
Yeah, so I agree with the characterization. It's a good question from Kurt. The rules of procedure, in some ways, they're important because they guide the work that we do, and to the extent that we change as an organization, but don't necessarily change the way in which we do standard setting. The merger, which I know you're going to talk about in just a second, the merger doesn't have immediate implications for us needing to resolve something about like, well, now we have to change the way that we do our standard setting work, and that's going to affect our project. So no change there. But that said, like the rules of procedure as a document for people to refer to understand our process does need to reflect the organization's mission and how the standards board and our standards board activities fit into that. So we can't update it before it's time to update. And I think there'll be some things that are affected by the final wording as the ink dries in the new organization, the Value Reporting Foundation. So I just think of that as like, as soon as we can, we'll probably be wrapping up that project and have a document that we can more easily share as like a complete current version of our rules of procedure. But I don't see like major implications for the way that we do our work. The conceptual framework project, I think this is just one of these really big, potentially ongoing projects. I don't know that we're going to suddenly solve all issues related to conceptual thinking around sustainability issues, and there's a lot of interest in that right now. So I suspect some aspects of this to be ongoing for probably years and decades to come, as we've seen in accounting. It's just like we need to continually update the way in which we think to make sure it reflects current issues and current thinking, the language that's being used. So the conceptual framework project in particular, we've got our public comment letters back on it, and they pointed to a lot of important needs to more clearly relate to financial accounting, conceptual thinking, and the frameworks that are out there. That's a real opportunity, I think, to connect. Especially given the continual calls for consolidation and a comprehensive system of reporting. And I think there's work to be done there to think about the best ways in which we can articulate our thinking and make it easier for those companies that want to use our standards along with other standards and frameworks that are out there to make some connections. And so we still need to figure out, and that's what we're going through right now, the process of prioritizing what is implementable in the near term as a real clear move forward and responding to stakeholder feedback, and then looking at some of those issues which are inherently going to be thornier and maybe take a longer period of time to resolve, and then deciding which of those to continue to think about, but not necessarily hold up putting out a revised version of our conceptual framework. So more to come there, a lot of thinking, but one of the fun things one of the many fun things that we get to do as part of the work that we engage in.
Oh, very well put, Jeff. Thank you. I think that's the key takeaway is clear opportunities to improve the clarity, and certainly lots of things for us to continue to think about and have be a very important part of our discussions about the nature of our work and how that gets communicated through our core governance documents. So really important projects, and something you'll likely be hearing regular updates on us from us on as we continue to pursue both of those work streams.
So
Great.
I did have one follow-up question. Not yes. Follow-up, but I was gonna follow up not on that, but on a previous point. So
sure.
On the systemic risk project, since that's out for public comment right now, I do know that experience suggests that letters come in toward the end of the public comment period, in the same way that I do get some assignments turned in early as a faculty member, but most of my students turn them in like right when they're due or slightly thereafter. So just wondering if there's been any discussion yet at the team level on a comfort level that there's been sufficient time for those interested parties to weigh in on systemic risk. Just given that that period is coming to a close. I mean, we always welcome feedback, but of course, feedback can only really be effective if it precedes our decision making. And so looking to make sure that we've given sufficient window of time to our key stakeholders to weigh in. So I just wonder if you could comment on if
Sure.
there's been any discussion of that and what your thoughts are there.
Sure. I mean, we've been monitoring that public comment period quite closely, and doing everything that we can to ensure that we communicate to key stakeholders that we are seeking their input as part of that public comment period. So we have received some responses so far. So some of those students, as you mentioned, that want to jump on the assignment early. But we are continuing to communicate on behalf of that project through the channels that we have, our project alerts and others, that public comment period remains open, and particularly the value that we would derive from folks providing their input around that project. So, I mean, I would say we will continue to monitor what we're receiving from the public around that project, and of course, share with the board our perspectives on what we've received and reflect on the nature of that feedback and what that tells us about what we might do in terms of next steps on that project. But I would say it's sort of a full court press to make sure that the market is aware of that public comment period, that they're invited to provide their feedback, trying to make that as frictionless as possible. Of course, Jeff, you're familiar with the exposure draft materials themselves and the questions for respondents, which we hope are helpful in guiding that feedback and providing clarity to folks who are providing their public comment periods on how they can do so. And we'll really continue to encourage the market to weigh in on that particular proposed change associated with that project. And then we'll observe where we are towards the end of that public comment period and communicate back to the board how that concluded and how we think about next steps based on the conclusion of that period.
Great, thanks, David.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, so I think that pretty much sums up our quick whirlwind tour through the staff's project portfolio. High level takeaway, lots of work going on, lots of activity, projects progressing on many different fronts. We'll also mention just a couple quick things. Of course, the staff in that monitoring issues and industries side of our work is always paying attention to what we're hearing from the market and observing how evidence around the financial materiality of sustainability issues is continuing to evolve. So always looking for additional opportunities to add to that project portfolio, and I believe we can likely expect the staff to bring forward new projects throughout the second half of the year. And in addition, of course, based on the updates I just provided, we can anticipate that there will be several of these projects which will be advancing through key phase gates as we proceed through the second half of the year. So we'll have lots of full agendas, just like we have today, throughout the rest of the board meetings for the year. So very much looking forward to working with the board on many exciting work streams that the staff is actively pursuing. It will be a fun and busy year, to be sure. So let's now turn to some updates on some important developments we have here at SASB, as well as things that are happening around us in the corporate reporting space. So I did want to provide just a brief update on our ongoing progress towards establishing the Value Reporting Foundation, which of course is bringing together the sort of world-class leading work of the IIRC, as well as our own standards development efforts, and bringing those together in a very powerful way under one collective roof. So I continue to be really excited about the value that this is going to create for the market, and I certainly won't do nearly as good a job at articulating the many reasons to be excited about this development. But hope that board members, as well as the members of the public listening, were able to attend one of the recent webinars that we hosted to provide an update on the Value Reporting Foundation, including one last week in which our CEO, Janine, and Charles, the CEO of IIRC, both presented. I thought it was a really great webinar, which I'm sure I won't do the best job at recapping. But in that webinar, Janine and Charles walked through in detail how the Value Reporting Foundation will simplify the field, globalize both organizations, will focus in on corporate reporting as a means to improving decision-making by companies and investors, how it will advance the adoption of integrated thinking and integrated reporting, and the SASB standards, and finally, how it will accelerate progress towards that comprehensive reporting system that we laid out the vision for in that Group of 5 paper that we published in September of last year. A particularly practical part of the presentation that I found to be very helpful was walking through some very specific industry examples of how integrated reporting and the SASB standards are already quite closely aligned and complementary in achieving these goals. So I always like examples. So that webinar really featured, I thought, some really helpful examples to take those concepts and really bring them to life in a practical way. Kurt, I see you on the screen. Welcome. Oh, now it's Jeff. Kurt or Jeff, welcome. Any questions or comments? Kurt, I don't think we can hear you. You might be on mute there.
I am. I'm suffering from technology bugs today.
All good. All good. We're all doing that.
You know, it's fascinating with us looking at how we align with the IR and merge as part of the value reporting. The lack of overlap, I guess, with some of our constituents, and the most, I think, corporates and users in the US anyway are not very familiar at all with the IR approach and framework. And I was curious about, you know, any communication or training events that we may be thinking about going forward to help, you know, the loyal SASB users anyway better understand just what does this mean. So any thoughts about what we may be doing going forward to socialize that a little more?
Great question, Kurt. So that's one of the key parts of really delivering the full value of this merger is communicating how these two amazing tools for corporates and for investors can be used together to achieve that vision that we articulated in that paper on that comprehensive corporate reporting system. And so there are a number of ways to help unpack that for different constituents that are already actively being pursued as part of our work as we move towards that merger. So there's a number of different work streams that we're pursuing that are going to result in publications that, you know, in a very practical way demonstrate how integrated reporting and SASB can be used together to help companies to report effectively on issues relevant to enterprise value creation. And I think I'm involved in advancing some of those publications. I think they're going to be really, really helpful in unpacking this and bringing this to life. Lots of other things happening on the education and communications fronts, lots of great dialogue between the respective teams on integrated reporting, on the integrated reporting side and SASB, that is really focused on continuing to deliver that message and help a wide range of our constituents understand the value and utility of bringing these things together. So lots more to come. I think some of these webinars that I mentioned were sort of a great opening salvo of helping the market to understand how these tools are really complementary and useful together. And I think to your point, really having the different networks of the different organizations and bringing those together really opens up the possibility for us to communicate to a wider audience. For some folks on the integrated reporting side who may not be as familiar with SASB and vice versa, really an opportunity to communicate broadly about how these organizations coming together under the Value Reporting Foundation is going to really help us move forward in that establishing that comprehensive reporting system. So specific work streams we're pursuing and more to come.
Yeah, I see Mark on. Clearly, you've lived in that world much more than many of us on the board.
Yeah, I will say, well, first of all, David, thanks, because I'm really enthusiastic about it. I think the two organizations are very complementary, as you said, right? And there's a lot of synergy to be had from combining the two. But I was triggered, Kurt, because you said, in the US, people, so both corporates and investors, still need to familiarize themselves with IR. I think, from a European perspective, to a certain extent, it also is still familiarity with SASB standards, right? I think,
right.
Although, SASB is growing in Europe, I think there's still, potential to increase that. Whereas integrated reporting is already probably more well known in many European countries. So I think, it just goes to show, I think, David, that there's a lot of synergy to be had for both organizations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Mark. Couldn't agree more. And I think it's, as what we're learning is that the networks and sort of the business network that the integrated reporting has, our standards advisory group, there's just so much natural, as you said, synergy between these networks that the organizations have developed that, when combined are going to be just a tremendous asset to the Value Reporting Foundation and our ability to offer these comprehensive tools to a wide set of our constituents. So like I said, you can tell I'm genuinely excited about this, and we have lots coming throughout the rest of the year to help start to deliver those materials to the market to help them really start to engage with this in a very meaningful and practical way. I see others on the
Thank
line.
you.
Yep, thank you, Kurt. Great question. And Mark, thank you so much for your comment. Jeff, I see you on as well. Would invite you to add any comments, of course.
Yeah, so totally agree with the characterization and the response. I actually want to just follow up a little more specifically around the publications that you mentioned that would likely be coming. There's communications and publications. I assume that you're thinking about like work that's similar to some of the work that we've done before, for example, with TCFD, where we, for example, provide explanations and guidance on how SASB standards can be used as part of TCFD reporting. Also, we have like the good practices handbook, where there's examples of what we think are real life examples of what are good practices with respect to trying to fulfill TCFD and SASB and CDSB's guidance. Is that the type of work that you're thinking of in particular?
Exactly that type of work to really sort of show the way that these things can be used together to facilitate effective corporate reporting through a number of examples, and that's what these work streams will really try to deliver for the market is providing in multiple instances that sort of practical practitioner focused perspective on how these the IRC or the integrated reporting framework and the SASB standards practically come together to solve some of the market challenges we're seeing right now in the corporate reporting space. So, based on some of the feedback and response we've gotten to some of those types of publications that we've issued in the past, we're really optimistic and excited for the value that these will provide to the market as we continually unpack the value that will be derived from coming together under the foundation.
Yeah, I think that, so it's great to hear that. I mean, I do see that there are potential opportunities for how we think about our conceptual framework, how we characterize different types of topics and the language there. So potentially some opportunities for alignment there as well. And those who are interested in, of course, that conceptual approach can follow our conceptual framework projects and the work that the standards board is doing. For the other types of documents that you mentioned, is there, for people that are interested in that, like, we don't have a Value Reporting Foundation project that's on the web page. This is the work that goes on behind the scenes. What would you recommend for people to, what's the best way for them to stay aware of the thought leadership that SASB is doing?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely recommend staying tuned to both our website and the integrated reporting website. That's where we're communicating a number of these outbound communications that we've done so far, including the webinar. And then obviously as we move toward officially launching the Value Reporting Foundation later in the year, either later in this quarter or early the next, you can look for, there will be some changes to our the way that you interact with SASB and integrated reporting through establishing that Value Reporting Foundation through our websites and through other channels. And there will be, I know our communications team is doing an incredible amount of work to make that as accessible and easily digestible to the public as possible. So really excited for rolling that out, and there will be, it'll be very conducive to the public being able to follow the merger itself, as well as some of the deliverables that we'll be sharing with the market later this year. So more to come, but please do keep your eye on our website. We will be sharing key updates and look forward to the launch of the Value Reporting Foundation later in the year.
Thanks, David.
So lots of excitement around that. There's a lot happening in the field this year, as I'm sure folks who follow the corporate reporting space and sustainability reporting are aware of, but this is certainly one to follow, and one that we here at SASB as well as our colleagues at Integrated Reporting are really, really excited about and looking forward to continuing to share updates and progress on. So we can go ahead and move forward and share a couple other updates. I'm just going to touch on a couple publications that we issued since we last met in February. Really important publications that we hope and have some early signs that the market has found useful, which we're grateful for. First and foremost, on the subject of sort of comprehensive corporate reporting, I did want to share with the board the exciting news that just under a month ago, I believe, we launched a joint report co-authored with GRI that provides really a practical guide on how GRI and the SASB standards can be used together as complementary tools for disclosing sustainability information. And this publication was the culmination of a really significant collaborative work stream that was initiated with our counterparts at GRI last year. And I'll just say personally, it was a great opportunity to work with our colleagues at GRI and really do a deep dive on how our sets of standards can be used together in a complementary way. So I really enjoyed the experience of working with the folks there and learning a lot more about their process and their standards, and vice versa, being able to share the work at SASB and hope, bring that together in a way that we hope is really useful and accessible for the market. So I'd encourage folks, I would love to spend lots of time going through this report, given I was involved in it and just really thought it was an interesting and valuable exercise. But given that we have a lot of important things to get into on the agenda today, I'll spare the board and the public my enthusiasm and just give some quick bullet points. For those who want to learn more and dive in, I definitely encourage you to go to our website or GRI's website to download the report. But just to touch on a few key findings. First, in this report, we really wanted to intentionally focus on the perspectives of the markets, and so of the market, I should say. And so we really built the report around the perspectives of market participants, companies, investors, and so you'll see that the report is really built around detailed interviews or deep dives with 4 companies across different industries. Those companies were CDL, Diageo, GM, and Suncor. And then just as a quick aside based on that, I just want to say huge thank you to everyone who participated in those interviews, the companies I mentioned. And we also had a very extensive survey of market participants with over 100 responses. And just huge thank you to the insights, to everyone who donated your time in helping us put this report together. There's really a few key elements that I want to touch on that the report unpacks in a very practical, sort of pragmatic way. First, of course, shows how the different, the SASB and the GRI standards complement rather than substitute one another, with GRI, of course, supporting broad and comprehensive disclosures on organizational impacts, and SASB focusing on really the subset of financially material issues, very consistent with the vision that was laid out in that joint statement of intent that I mentioned earlier. It also shows how the GRI and the SASB standards can be used together to offer this sort of holistic picture of corporate performance, and then how these two sets of standards can be used together to meet the needs of a broad range of stakeholders. And I'll say we do get into that quite a bit in detail in the report through our the information that was provided by the interviews, through the survey, and really unpacking the different informational needs of stakeholder groups and how each set of standards can be really, really helpful in communicating effectively to those various stakeholder groups. And then finally, we offered just a very practical perspective of how the GRI and the SASB standards provide useful tools to reflect on and disclose a company's material issues and impacts. So in whole, I think just a really helpful guide to walk through how these tools can be used together, really focusing on the perspectives of the users of both sets of standards. So I just want to take again an opportunity to really thank our counterparts, our colleagues at GRI, for the opportunity to work together on this project. Really enjoyed being a part of it, learned a lot, and was excited that this was able to culminate in this report that we were able to issue, and which we hope that the market is finding a useful tool in understanding how these different building blocks come together to help support comprehensive corporate reporting. Moving on to another really exciting publication. So earlier this month, I guess the month of, or I should say earlier last month, April was a big publication month for us. We issued our updated climate risk technical bulletin. This is really a foundational document that articulates how climate risks and opportunities manifest in industry-specific ways across the SASB standards. Some board members may recall way back when we originally issued this document just about 5 years ago. And it was one of our most well-received publications among, among corporates and investors. And I mean, it really answers that question, for folks who are asking, how does the SASB standards really account for climate-related risks and opportunities? This is the publication that answers that question in a really useful, practical way. So again, would love to get into the details of the publication, but in the interest of time, we'll just share some high-level points. The publication really starts by sharing some of the insights that can be derived from our research and from our standard setting. The first is that climate risk is nearly ubiquitous across industries, but importantly, it manifests in industry-specific ways depending on the particular risk exposures within a given industry. Now, an important aspect of that ubiquity is, of course, that means that climate risk can't be diversified away, and rather it needs to be assessed and managed, which really elevates the importance of that disclosure and having that industry-specific, comparable, useful information to manage that risk. And so, so then we get into the moving from the ubiquity of the risk to the industry specificity and really unpacking the disclosure and what companies can disclose in different industries to help communicate how they're managing different climate-related risks to which they're exposed. It's a very familiar terminology for folks who are familiar with the TCFD in terms of the different channels of climate-related risk. We go through the different definitions of transition risk and regulatory risk and physical risk, and then go through each industry and communicate how different industries are exposed to these different risks depending on the nature of the business models within that industry, and then get down to the industry-specific recommendations on what should be disclosed to help effectively communicate on those risk exposures. So this could be, changing disease prevalence based on changing weather patterns in the healthcare delivery industry. It could be how auto manufacturers are diversifying their vehicle fleets into increasingly hybrid or zero emission vehicles, or it could be the energy intensity of raw material extraction in the mining industry, for example. So really getting into the details of how those risks manifest and what can be disclosed to help provide capital markets with the information they need to assess those risks. We get into a little bit of challenges with current disclosure, really focusing in on some of the pain points around the lack of consistent comparable industry-specific data and how the SASB standards can help with that. And then finally, we spend a little bit of time focusing on how the SASB standards and the TCFD recommendations can be used in a complementary and mutually reinforcing way to close that disclosure gap. So a really important publication. We'll say it's been sort of flying off our digital shelves, lots of folks interested in downloading, which we're grateful for. But for those who may not have had a chance to see it yet and who are really interested in understanding how SASB and our standards and our research work account for climate-related risk, really would encourage you to visit our website and dive into this publication. And of course, would welcome any feedback from folks who read it or follow up. Certainly, it's a great device to start a conversation with our constituents around how SASB approaches this very important subject across our standards. A couple other quick updates, and then I'll conclude my comments for this section. Folks may have seen the IFRS trustees March 22nd announcement in which they shared the very exciting news that a working group will be formed to accelerate convergence in global sustainability reporting standards focused on enterprise value creation. And that will be chaired by the IFRS Foundation with IOSCO participating as an observer. That working group they shared in that announcement will provide a forum for structured engagement with initiatives focused on enterprise value creation. That includes the TCFD, the Value Reporting Foundation, the Climate Disclosure Standards Board, and the World Economic Forum. Really an important next step in the work of the IFRS Foundation trustees, and we're obviously very grateful for the opportunity to support that effort as part of the Value Reporting Foundation. So more to come on this important ongoing work, but did want to share this brief update with the board, given it was a significant development since the last time we met in February. Jeff, I see you on the screen, so happy to invite you to share comments or ask a question.
Yeah, I would just to reiterate a couple things. I mean, this is one of the biggest things going on in the world of reporting at the moment, you know, of any type of reporting. So it's really important, and certainly it's you know, I wanted to reiterate that SASB is very supportive of, in principle, what the IFRS Foundation is considering doing. Obviously, we're very interested in seeing our mission achieved on a global scale, and IFRS Foundation can be very helpful in potentially trying to achieve that. So, you know, very grateful for the opportunity to be involved in the working group that they've put together on this. And I would just note that it's very important for the IFRS Foundation to hear, you know, from you know, the public on what they're proposing and what they're doing. And it's you know, there's going to be a lot of updates along the way in the next few months, but I would just point out two things that they put out this week. One was they put out a summary of the comments that they received in response to their consultation that they did at the end of 2020. They received almost 600 letters, I think, public comment letters. And so they put out a response, a comprehensive response to that, like summarizing what they heard and also how the trustees are responding to that. And then a related document that they put out about the same time, I think, was the proposed changes to the IFRS Foundation consultation. So how their constitution could accommodate a second standards board that would be focused on sustainability. So it's proposing some of the structure of what that board would look like, and it's open for public comment already. So again, just note that you know, those who have organizations that would be interested in it, make sure your organizations know about it. Those who have opinions about it, make sure that your opinions are heard. A very important process. And again, SASB, through the Value Reporting Foundation going forward, is very happy to be able to have a seat at the table and help to share our view of this really important effort.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Yeah, to give a sense of how quickly things are moving, those things you shared happened right as I was finalizing these slides. So it is a very dynamic development, and well worth keeping a very close eye on. And both of those announcements and the associated materials would certainly encourage folks who are interested to read some really important developments and interesting insights in both of those sets of materials that have been issued by the IFRS. Mark, happy to have you jump in here as well.
Yeah, just an observation and a question, maybe for you, David, or for Jeff. So first of all, I note here that IOSCO is on your slide, right? And I was very pleased to see that the IOSCO announcement also included, you know, a mention of industry-specific standards and quantified metrics as part of the global ecosystem that they foresee, which I think is good as a confirmation from our perspective as SASB. But you just spoke about the climate risk publication, and I know that we're working on a prototype of the climate standard, right, which I assume will also be will be informed by the study that we did on the climate risk. But maybe a question for you or for Jeff, right? As we are involved in that co-production and the working group at the foundation, how that work is progressing, and when do you believe that the public will actually see any of that fruits of that labor?
Sure, I can share some initial thoughts. I mean, with the work of that working group is rapidly ramping up, and as mentioned, we're incredibly grateful to be a part of it. I'm sure that we'll be communicating, you know, timeline and sort of when things will be happening throughout that work. Really now setting the foundation for how that work will progress, including continued work toward establishing that climate prototype. So I think probably more to come in terms of timing and particular outbound communications deriving from that work stream, but certainly will be an aggressive and fast-moving bit of work that we're looking forward to supporting with several folks in our organization being engaged. Jeff, I don't know if you want to add any additional comments there.
Well, I would just I would note one thing in particular, which is that they've absolutely recognized that climate is, you know, at the forefront of everyone's minds right now. But they've also recognized very clearly that it's not the only thing, and in fact that it's probably wrong to think of climate risk as separable from other sustainability issues. And so in that response that they put out to the comment letters that they received, they of course asked a question on whether they should start with climate first. And there was considerable support for that type of approach, but also considerable in a number of responses that suggested that you can't just focus on climate. And in the trustees' response, the way I read that was that they also acknowledged that you can't just go climate first. And so how exactly that will end up looking as a broader issue, I think, is still kind of an open question. But again, something that the public has an opportunity to weigh in on to help to shape, where that board, as it's created, starts.
Certainly. I mean, I think that is one of the interesting findings. If you do read our climate risk technical bulletin, the way that climate risk is really connected to a lot of other sustainability related issues in some pretty intricate and non-trivial ways. So while it is, a critical issue and one which, we really think about in a very rigorous way in our standard setting, it is important to recognize that it's highly integrated with other aspects of sustainability related performance. So great observation, Jeff, absolutely. Okay,
Thank you.
Conscious of time, thank you, Mark, thank you, Jeff. One last slide for me here, and this I think is just an incredibly important development that we've been pursuing here at SASB that I wanted to provide the board an update with, and just really ensuring that our standards are ready for prime time in the current digital age. So I wanted to provide the board with an update on our ongoing efforts around structured reporting using Xbrl. So for those who aren't familiar, Xbrl is really the global framework for digitally exchanging business information. And we are planning to really fully support Xbrl. Lots of compelling reasons for this, of course, but the primary driver really being making digital reporting easy for issuers, as well as making data aggregation and analytics easy for investors. Clearly core to our conceptual framework and our mission to provide decision useful information to investors in a cost-effective way. So in support of that goal, SASB has developed an Xbrl version of our taxonomy. Last year, we announced an engagement with PwC to support the development of that Xbrl taxonomy, and through that engagement, we were able to create an initial draft of the SASB Xbrl taxonomy that was submitted to the Xbrl US Domain Steering Committee for review and approval, with that review now being complete. And then we, of course, issued that Xbrl draft taxonomy document for public comment earlier this year. And that public comment period actually just wrapped up this week. Really want to credit our technology team who is really facilitating that public comment period. Research team has been highly engaged as well. Clearly lots of interactions with the standards content. So I just wanted to share this. This is an incredibly important advancement. We're grateful to the organizations that did submit feedback in response to that public comment period. We had several do so. Obviously have our work cut out for us to review those responses and establish next steps as with any public comment period, but did want to update the board on our progress here, including the recent public comment period. Again, just want to express our gratitude for those that were able to submit letters and valuable feedback that we can incorporate as we continue to develop and seek to establish our Xbrl taxonomy for the SASB standards. Jeff, welcome your comments here as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that this to me is just another example of how important feedback is on the work that we do. And in my impression, public comments is a very important part of the way that we get input on the standards that we do. I mean, we do outreach and engagement along the way, but then putting out for public comments is a great opportunity for stakeholders to stop, take a look at what we're doing, give us suggestions. But another thing that it makes me think about is that use of the standards, any type of use of the standards, whether it's by companies reporting, investors in creating and making decisions, or asset managers in constructing products and investment vehicles, whether it's software providers or faculty that are bringing the standards into class. Whoever's using our standards, they always provide like that. The act of using the standards is a way that gives new insight into them and often provides a great opportunity to give us feedback to the extent that those who have that learning opportunity share those experiences back with us. So I encourage it. In general, I know we're very open to that, but the effort of creating an Xbrl taxonomy for SASB is a type of use. So the process itself has been instructive. The public comment period also instructive, and that's the next stage of use, of course, is as companies start to use an Xbrl taxonomy for SASB standards, that will again give new insight into our standards. And so I just, I welcome all of this as an opportunity to make sure that the standards are robust and usable and part of the system that we rely on for information about corporate reporting, corporate
Thank
activity.
you, Jeff. Spot on. I mean, the activity of creating Xbrl taxonomy itself generated really useful insights into the content of the standards them itself. And then, as you mentioned, the anticipated future interaction with the standards content through the Xbrl taxonomy, another fantastic way for us to generate valuable feedback, both on the Xbrl taxonomy and on the content and the standards. So this is just such a on so many fronts, such a useful development, and incredibly grateful for our technology team's leadership and the support of the organization in moving us forward on this important work stream. So I'm really excited about it and looking forward to continued progress here. I think that brings us to the top of the hour. So I somehow managed to wrap up just about on time. So I hope these updates were helpful to the board. Always enjoy these opportunities to provide the board with an update on our projects and discuss our overall work portfolio of projects with the board, as well as provide some of these key updates on really important things that are happening both at SASB and in the space around us. So as always, appreciate you granting me some time on the agenda and for the discussion. And Jeff, happy to hand it back to you for the next section of our agenda. Thank you.
Great, thanks, David. Appreciate the update. Very, very helpful. Great overview of the work that we're doing and some of the changing landscape that affects the work that we do going forward. So what we have next on our agenda is the Tailings Management and Extractives project that has just recently finished a public comment period. And we have Ekaterina Harton here, who is the sector lead for that sector and is leading up the project. So Ekaterina, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hi, Jeff. Thank you so much for the introduction. And hello, dear board members. It's a pleasure to address you today. I am actually doing this session from Boulder, Colorado, which is not too far from Colorado School of Mines. It's a very special place to be and give you an update on this project. So let's get to it. For today's session, we have two objectives. First, I'm going to give you an informational update on what we heard in the public comment period that just wrapped up a few weeks ago. And then second objective of this section is to facilitate a discussion on two topics that came very strongly in the public comment letters that we received. In terms of the project, we also have two objectives, one of which is improve global applicability of the standards, as Verity mentioned earlier. And the main objective is to improve level of comprehensiveness at which the relevant industry standards, metals and mining and coal operations cover topics of tailings management and waste related issues. So in terms of timeline, where we are at today with the project and accomplishing those two objectives of the project, we developed an exposure draft of proposed changes last year. We exposed it for the public comment period. It was a 90-day public comment period from December to March. And right now, we are analyzing the public comment that we received, doing additional deliberations internally and externally with you, dear board members, and establishing our path forward where we should go next with this project. Now, let's see what we heard and who we heard from during the public comment period. We received 15 comment letters, and about half of the respondents are the individuals or companies who we did not speak with during the consultation. So this was really, really helpful to receive this additional input from the market participants who also have knowledge on the topic and were kind enough to provide comment letters. The main highlights of the comments is that everybody was supportive of the new disclosure topics, and there are multiple comments on how we can further improve proposed changes, the exposure drafts. So overall, really, really successful public comment period. Now let's move on to what we heard actually in those comment letters. We asked the public 5 questions on the usefulness of the proposed changes for both industries. The proposed changes overall here highlighted on this slide. One of the questions we asked was if the public was supportive of the proposal of the new topic to cover the subject of tailings management. And yes, the public was very supportive of this change on the topic level. So now let's move on to the metrics that we proposed. On the metrics level, we asked the public if the proposed inventory table was a useful and a cost-effective way to present information on tailings, and if it was a useful format. And what we heard from the public that in fact it is a useful format and it is a cost-effective format, implying that it's not more costly to present information in this way. However, we received multiple comments on how we can further improve usefulness of this table. And in particular, the columns that are highlighted on this slide received the most comments. And this was a really helpful and useful input that we are going to take into consideration when we draft next proposed changes. In addition to the table, we also proposed 2 discussion and analysis metrics, and the public had divergent views on those metrics. And what I mean by this is that investors did not really find comfort in additional qualitative disclosures, while companies thought that the level of detail at which we proposed those metrics was not appropriate for the intended audience, which are investors, that the level was either too detailed in some sections or not detailed at others. So there's additional work to do to improve those 2 proposed metrics. Now this concludes feedback on what we heard on the tailings management topic and metrics. Now let's talk about the waste and hazardous material topic that still remains in the standard. On this topic, we asked the public if disclosure on hazardous materials and hazardous waste incidents was useful, and if those 2 kinds of incidents should be disclosed together or separately. And again, we heard divergent views, which is not really surprising. Some companies said that not mineral waste, where hazardous waste falls, is not really material for this industry because the amount is really small. When on the other side, investors said that all waste is material for this industry because of the emerging biodiversity concerns associated with transition to low carbon economy and increased demand for certain elements that support transport electrification, and those mining activities are really raising now biodiversity concerns. And in that regard, disclosure on hazardous waste and hazardous materials seem to be material from the investor perspective. This concludes feedback on the metals and mining industry. We also asked the same questions on the coal operations industry, and we have not received any comments from coal companies. And from the investor perspective, investors don't seem to separate coal mining from metals mining. So all of their feedback on the metals and mining standard applies to the coal operations standard as well. This is in terms of feedback that we received. Now let's move on to the discussion, the fun part of this session. And the first topic to discuss is the level of alignment with the global industry standard on tailings management. We received a number of comments on the way we approached the alignment. And as a reminder, GISTM is a multi-stakeholder developed standard for operators of tailings facilities. Investors were one of the groups that worked on the standard, and one of the requirements of the standard is on disclosure. However, the standard being a multi-stakeholder standard, it addresses a broader group of stakeholders, even in its disclosure requirement. So what we did, the path that SASB took was to apply SASB's conceptual framework to the requirements of the GISTM, extract what we heard based on the consultation is most decision useful information for investors, present that information in a comparable and standardized way, which would produce cost-effective, concise disclosures. What we heard during the public comment period, that different market participants actually give different meaning to what alignment actually means, to the word alignment. And some said that we did a great job, and some said that by aligning partially with the standard, by only choosing certain portions of the requirement of the standard on disclosure, we created this impression of a duplicate effort, and that didn't really improve communications between companies and investors, and only complicated the space. And then the third opinion we heard on the other side, that it was also really premature to align with the GISTM on any level, because it's a very new standard. The industry has not developed and defined the expectations yet on how the standard will be implemented. Tomorrow, International Council on Metals and Mining, which was one of the groups that also worked on the standard, will announce to its members what expectations they have from them on how the standard should be implemented. So we will have more information tomorrow. But today, I would like to welcome the board members, and I see some of you want to participate already, to discuss, is the approach we took appropriate, or should we reconsider it in some ways?
Sorry to interrupt, Katerina. Just as a point of information here, the GISTM standard, I think the last time we discussed this, it was not quite out there, and it sounds like you're reaffirming that while there is going to be a GISTM standard, what it is still sort of contestable.
So the final draft was released at the end of last year. I don't expect any updates to the standard. So in the form it exists right now, it's final. However, what I think is not clear yet are the expectations from investors and from other stakeholders and from industry associations, how the standard will be implemented. There's a grace period to certain requirements. The grace period is quite large, 3 to 5 years, for it to be fully implemented. But certain requirements of the standard could be required sooner, and we'll know more tomorrow which elements will be required sooner.
Wow, so 3 to 5 years. When did this issue first kind of break onto the global consciousness? Was it, I think there was one significant accident in 2015 in Belo Horizonte that took out a couple of villages, and then a much more serious one about 10 times the fatalities, several hundred fatalities, if I recall, perhaps 2 years ago. But when did investor interest really start to grow around this issue?
So I think, we have a metric on it in existing standards. So investor interest has been there since, 2014, 2015, when Saranka and Mount Poly accidents happened in Canada. And then the industry did attempt to improve management practices around those facilities in 2015 and 2016. But the most catastrophic failure of a tailings facility in 2019, which you just mentioned, Bernardina, really increased awareness on the global scale from investors and from other stakeholders. I mentioned I'm in Colorado, so Colorado School of Mine actually established a Center for Excellence of Tailings Management, establishing a number of programs to educate tailings professionals how to safely operate facilities. And then investors are also at the same time want to know the risks associated with those facilities and really want clarity and transparency on what kinds of facilities companies have and how they manage them. So 2019.
Great.
Oh, looks like all of a sudden, we've appeared. But let me go ahead and just maybe raise a couple of points here. In terms of the feedback, this is my own perspective, but the feedback is it's too early. That might be an issue if we're primarily looking for alignment as a cost effectiveness means. And if companies aren't using it, then it's not a great opportunity for cost effectiveness because they're not already going to be doing it. But it's not a big problem if the content is good content, right? If it's the right content for us to be covering, then it's the right content to include in the standards. And so, in some ways, I'm not too concerned about it's too early, especially if we don't think it's likely to dramatically change in terms of the specific recommendations. But when we come to the question of, is this a duplicative effort, and is it sort of the right content? Then I think, and to what extent can we align with that? I think those are really important questions. And one of the comment letters, for example, pointed out that standard setters like SASB should eliminate situations where there are duplicative or similar yet slightly different standards or recommendations or guidance. And so I get that view, but I also wonder the extent to which that's the right thing to do, in part because the standard itself, this global industry standard, is for operators of facilities. And when you look at its objectives, they talk about the ultimate goal of zero harm to people and to the environment with zero tolerance for human fatality, and to support public accountability. I think those are all really, really good objectives, especially coming from the industry trying to manage this. I think that's great. But that is not exactly what we would say is our mission, is to support public accountability, for example. And so what we're looking for is what's most useful to investors. And so when we align, it's got to be around the right content. And so this may be a situation where it's helpful, but we might, on principle, have to say, if we align to this entirely, it's not going to fulfill our mission of meeting the needs of investors in a way that's also cost effective. So I think that's a bit of a challenge that I see in terms of complete alignment. And then I would just sort of point out that this is a broad case study for us thinking about what do we mean by alignment. If we mean that we just literally point to someone else and say follow this standard, then that sort of trusts another entity entirely, makes it very cost efficient, but cost effective is again the thing that we're looking for. It's got to be the right content. We might try to incorporate it into our standards word for word, but that may be difficult to do. And I've got some specifics on that maybe we'll talk about in the next discussion point. But I think one of the things that we did see is that there's potentially opportunities for us to fit inside of other standards and maybe help to increase decision usefulness. So I know there's a lot of interest in this topic, but I'll leave it at that as some of my comments. And if you want to respond, feel free to, but you're also welcome to take the next question, since there seem to be a lot.
I have one comment to add, Jeff. Thank you so much. On the words too early to align. So particularly that comment relates to the part where we strive for global applicability. So we suggested that the companies should disclose their what used to be hazard potential of facility, now it's called dam failure classification, consequence classification matrix, and that's part of the GISTM, and that's a newly developed classification, but globally applicable. So where we heard that's too early to align with that is where companies prefer to use their local classification systems. The Canadian, for example, is really well accepted outside of Canada as well, but not globally. So that's where that comment came from, just for additional context here.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think the thing to think about there is really then, is this the right way the best way to resolve, the issue of global applicability? And, it may be that we don't know just yet on that, but point well taken. Brian, were you going to jump in with something?
Jeff, I just might briefly add that I appreciate you bringing up this concept of alignment, because we can all use the concept and really mean different things. I think that's one of the points that you're getting at here. So one of the ways we think about it internally is really the higher level concept of references, to the extent that within our standard, we're referencing some type of a third-party standard or framework or regulation, for example. Now that can play out in many different ways. That can play out where we are fully aligning with a metric, for example. It can also play out where we're partially aligning with a metric, and even that plays out in multiple different ways, where perhaps we are taking one subset of a third-party standard, or perhaps we're taking a subset and going even deeper, being more granular in order to provide more decision useful information. This is where I think the second discussion topic will be relevant. We can also partially align, but be higher level, be more principles based. We can do other types of things through our references, or this concept of alignment, where we simply incorporate a pre-existing definition or term or even calculation guidance into a metric developed by SASB. There's also the concept of a form of alignment where we're simply not inconsistent with a third-party standard or regulation, some of which you've raised and we've talked about in the past. So I think this is a really good concept, and I think it'll be key to moving the project forward and being more specific about really what we mean by alignment, making sure we understand what our stakeholders mean when they're using the term of alignment, and then push the project forward, again, making these decisions anchored on our conceptual framework. So like I said, I think we'll get into this a little bit in the second discussion topic, but really important overall topic.
Great, thanks, Brian. Totally agree with all that. So maybe we'll just keep moving through the folks here.
Well, one thing I'll jump in real quick. It's also important to remember that GISTM is principle-based. It doesn't have metrics or KPIs. So if we want to develop comparable disclosures, we had to feed that information through our funnel of conceptual framework. So that's where those impressions of creating a duplicate effort might come up, but that's just how SASB conceptual framework is set up, which we talked about early in the session. But yeah, I'll kick it back to Verity, Dan, and Mark.
Mark,
Sure.
were you next? Oh, sorry, or Verity, you.
Let the lady go first.
Okay, thanks, Katerina. I think what you just said is important to remember, and I fully agree that we don't need to replicate the GISTM. And remember, selecting the few quantitative metrics, or selecting the few aspects that we can then quantify, which you've done the work here to propose a quantified approach for reporting, can really facilitate the comparability that investors really need. And so we're really achieving an important mission and an important aspect. Not to mention, I think the tabular format, which got a lot of positive feedback from companies and investors, maybe with a little refinement around the edges of the specific metrics and specific information that's presented there, is another real value-adding proposition of a way that the SASB standard can help facilitate that comparability. And of course, in the context of all of the other topics that are already part of these two industry standards, to give the completeness of sustainability topics that investors are going to need. And it just has to be said, you know, companies can always disclose more, but really what we're trying to achieve here is facilitating the comparability across the broadest set of companies in an industry, global industry, for the benefit of global investors, lenders, and creditors to really be able to see that information in a complete set across multiple companies. So that's my 2 cents in support of our continuing to be appropriately different from the GIS-TM.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I?
Yes.
Yeah, then go ahead.
Just briefly, and first of all, I guess what I took away from your presentation, Ekaterina, and from the comments is that both investors and companies, broadly speaking, are supportive of what we're trying to do in the exposure draft. And you know, I think you should take some comfort that we came pretty close to hitting the target here. So thanks for your work on this, and I think the way is clear to bring this to the final stage. What I wanted to say about alignment, I guess, has kind of been touched on already. I was going to make it a question. And to what extent are the disclosure provisions of GIS-TM aimed at informing investors or investor decision useful information? Because my impression was that isn't really what they're primarily focused on. And so we have to further our mission. I wouldn't be too troubled about the fact that we take a different approach to disclosure than they do. Now, I kind of take Brian's comments about the term reference. It's certainly useful if we can reference the same fundamental definitions that an industry standard uses so that we're not building a completely different structure. But it just seems to me alignment isn't really a question where the industry standard has a different objective than we're trying to fulfill.
Thank you, Dan. Well, investors did partake in developing this standard, so there's interest in an investor in there as well. But I think the angle that they approach it is, I think Jeff O'Brien described it, it's, zero harm to people in the environment. And the consultations that we had with investors, what we heard is that, in case incidents do happen, and they will probably happen again, we want to know how prepared companies are to deal with those incidents. And that will give investors some kind of measurement, on a risk magnitude. So that's what we try to incorporate as well in our standards. And yes, GIS-TM addresses broader stakeholder group, communities, NGOs, overall a broader group of stakeholders, not just investors.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Katerina, I had a question that is more on related to the due process. I do agree with the comments, by the way, on kind of the alignment, so I'm not going to repeat those, right? I think the way that Jeff articulated it was very much where I would agree with. But I have a question. We had 15 comment letters, right? Back, I think, of 15 responses, and about 9 or 10, I think, from industry, if I calculated right, 60% of that. Can you give me? I mean, I don't know whether you know, but how many companies are there? I mean, are these the major players that we receive comments from, or how big is the total population of companies to whom, for example, this GIS-TM would apply, and how many actually have been engaging with us in this process? I just want to get a feel for the representativeness of kind of the comments that we have received.
Thank you, Mark. Brian?
Sorry, and Katerina, you might have been going to do this anyway, but in your response, I think I'd encourage you to respond more broadly than simply the comment period, acknowledging that that's one part of the process, but there were many consultations leading up to that. So I'm sure that's really the overall point that you're getting at, how many have been kind of engaged or provided input throughout the process.
Yeah, and really, you know, if you would say there's an industry standard, so how many companies would that apply to worldwide? Is that I'm relatively new to this project, right? So tell me, is this thousands of companies? Is it hundreds of companies? Is it tens of companies?
Thank you, Brian and Mark. So ICMM, International Council on Metals and Mining, has 27 members, and also the 27 major players. Not all of them, well, all of them will have tailings, but majority of companies that produce tailings in the world are gold and copper companies. And we mostly heard from gold and copper producing companies, which is great sign. We have also spoken to major players during the consultation, even if they didn't provide a second public comment letter. We have spoken to them during the preliminary consultation before we drafted the proposed changes. So I have a great confidence and comfort that we've spoken to the right experts, to the companies whom it would apply to, that we received additional input during the public comment letters from the companies who I didn't speak to in the beginning. So the standard would apply to a large portion of companies that operate on a global scale. And then we did hear from a large portion of that subsection. So I feel like from anybody who produced a SASB report or planning to produce a SASB report, I think we heard from.
So can I just one additional question, Ekaterina? Thank you for that. So the 27 that you mentioned, they would then also commit to using this GISTM. Is that correct? My understanding then that they together would agree that they would all disclose in accordance with the GISTM.
So my understanding today is that tomorrow ICMM will actually clarify what that means in terms of timeline, I think. So I could give you more information tomorrow after I know more.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for all the questions, comments here. Ekaterina, why don't we jump to the second discussion topic here?
Sure, Brian. All right, so speaking of the second topic, it's actually connected to the alignment with GISTM, and the discussion topic is on definitions of material findings and significant incidents. So the two terms we used through the exposure drafts. And in producing the exposure drafts, we intentionally did not define these terms, which is consistent with how GISTM approaches disclosure. They left it up to the entity to define what is material finding and what incident is considered significant on a case-by-case basis based on what company decides. What we heard from multiple market participants that communications between investors and companies could benefit from defining those two terms, and that SASB should take a lead on providing comparable information, comparable disclosures if we define those two terms. This is the value that SASB can bring. In addition to what value GISTM brings in terms of disclosure, defining those two terms could also help verification process in the future when disclosures are produced. It could leave less room for interpretation for investors, what material really means. However, this is not a new topic for us to discuss. We had this discussion during development of the exposure drafts. There are a few different approaches that we could take to defining those terms. There's not a good definition right now that I know of, but there are different approaches that we could consider. The one we took during the development of the exposure drafts is not define them and leave it up to the entity to be consistent with GISTM. If we want to reconsider that approach, I would welcome board's input and welcome your discussion right now on that topic.
So Ekaterina, I have a question about this. It's so you mentioned the ongoing conversations between the ICMM, the International Council of Metals and Mining, and the GISTM initiative, which is companies and investors and other subject matter experts all together, really trying to get a market-led solution to addressing the right appropriate operating metrics and so on. So am I right to think that as the standard is written today in the exposure draft, if we left this question open-ended and continued to refer to the GISTM on this guidance, if in their deliberations with industry, they developed a definition in the future, that we would capture that as it's written today?
So there isn't a definition today.
Right,
Not
but
the
if we developed one in the future.
In the future, not the one that we agreed upon. There are different options, but I see this. You know, our standards are following updates. If we refer something to some other initiative in our technical protocols, if that portion gets updated by that third party, it means that it also applies to our standard. So it would be interesting to hear if the industry is working on a definition. I did ask this question ICMM during development of the exposure drafts. I was offered to get connected with different companies, the members, so ICMM on its own doesn't have a good definition they could provide, but they offered to get connected with companies. And then again, depending on the company, I think the definition could vary. One of the recommendations we received, I put in a quote here, one of the options, the way we could approach is to consider material or significant incidents that have potential to lead to an imminent failure. So the quote here in the bold. So, but that again could be left up to interpretation for companies. So definitely something to discuss further. Brian?
And just a follow-up question, if I may. It sounds like most of the feedback requesting clarity on this definition of material finding came from companies, right?
And subject expert matters as well. The investor initiative that's on tailings and mining safety, you know, Church of England Pension Fund did not provide comment requesting to define those. I don't believe so. I could go back and look at it. But subject expert matters also recommended that we define them.
Verity, I was just going to very briefly comment that there actually are a variety of ways that we could approach that, where we could approach a static version of a standard and make it clear that we're referencing or incorporating that one single static version. There are other approaches where we can refer to it as a normative reference or reference that incorporates future developments that may occur to that standard. So that is a decision that we could make, especially, and that might be interesting to explore, especially if Ekaterina is getting input that suggests that this is on the table for the global tailing standard to potentially push forward around in a future version. Why don't we jump to Mark or Jeff here? Mark, go ahead.
Of course, I got a call as soon as you said that, Brian. You know, I was sort of thinking along the same lines as Verity with respect to the linkage to the GISTM, and this is not an unusual aspect of standard setting, right? Where you've got something where you've got a disclosure threshold that is you know, that is always could always be a little more clear. This is an evolving area, so it doesn't surprise me at all that these are undefined or ill-defined at this point. But I would assume if the industry is working on it, that they will continue to work on it because they're going to have to do this for those purposes. And I was leaning toward the same direction as I think what Verity was suggesting, which is that you could provide, and I don't remember which category you called it, Brian, but you could provide a linkage such that it would automatically update, at least in these particular areas. I mean, you know, I see what you've got here in the STAR possible other recommendation to try to define it a little more crisply, and I think you will. You know, we would very quickly find that there will be elements in that too that would be a little bit unclear. So,
in situations like this, I often suggest, especially if it's evolving and we know that the industry is working on it, that you leave it a little more open and understand that this is what's going on. But you can do a couple of things. One is you could request that companies provide what definition they used when coming up with this, when coming up with this disclosure. And two, you could actually provide an example or two to showcase what we're sort of getting after. Those are a couple of ways to deal with it without being so rigid and coming up with a more detailed definition that could make you end up having duplicative or close to duplicative processes for companies.
Thank you, Mark. So what I'm hearing is that we should reconsider our approach to how we currently defined or not defined those two terms. Is that a fair statement?
I think that go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would consider, I would personally consider keeping an alignment with GISTM, knowing that can change, and it might require changing a little bit of wording to allow for that change to go forward. But I would not try to specifically change our approach that would define it more crisply, because then as they define it more crisply, we're not going to be aligned.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd be purposely diverging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's my view as well. And in particular, I appreciate the Canadian Natural Resources suggestion for something that's relevant and applicable, but I worry that then we'll lose the broader global applicability for operators who are not operating in that jurisdiction. So I like the way Mark phrased it, and that's reflective of the way I'm thinking about it too.
Yeah, I think this is a good discussion around the trade-offs at hand here. Jeff, why don't we jump to you?
Yeah, so so this is based on my read of our standard and my read of GITSM, or if that's the right acronym, the Global Industry Standard for Tailings Management. So when I read their Principle 15 and the part around the summary of findings, I actually read that as almost like a legal standard of materiality, because the way that they say it is they say, provide a summary of material findings of annual performance reviews, like they talk about that. When we comment on it, and this is like just a great case study of like how we can reference our line. When we say it in our standard, as proposed, we say an entity shall disclose whether this review resulted in material findings. And so, it just strikes me that like, even if we're intending to try to say like, look, tell us whether or not you had stuff to comment on in that review, if that's what we're trying to say, an issuer might look at that as being a different thing. In one case, they're asked to summarize the stuff, but that's kind of like the most important stuff. And in our standard, they're actually almost being asked to opine on whether there was something that met a standard, of materiality. And so it's just an example of how the wording that we use versus others use can create some potential confusion or challenges for the marketplace. And so, I almost wondered whether our table and our guidance could just say like, provide a summary. Yet knowing that like, if it's up to the company to decide what's important to disclose, and they don't have to comply with anything that isn't, like from a regulatory standpoint, they don't have to comply with anything that's not material in the first place unless it's a specific line item disclosure. So I wonder if we are almost providing too much guidance in some ways that's created a bit of a challenge. And so something to think about potentially as we, you engage back with companies to see whether, alternative language might allow them to effectively disclose under one standard that's quite broad, but then incorporate key parts of that to our standard. And I thought that the suggestions that Verity and Mark had, in general and specifically on this topic, were pretty helpful there. I would just also note that the significant incidents term does seem a little bit different to me, because I couldn't really find that in the others in the GISTM. I can't say
So
that.
that term applies to our waste and hazardous materials management topics. That's
Right.
why it's in GISTM. And the way we approach this consistent with how we define significant incidents in our other standards. And yet we receive comment on that.
So to me, it just seemed like it's an important point for us to take feedback on, but it's a pretty different one in terms of like the material findings one, which has a big alignment issue. I mean, we have a definition of significant incidents. It may not be one that companies agree with, or it may not be the one that investors think is right. And that's where we take that comments and weigh it and reach back out to them and then move forwards. But to me, I just wanted to note that like that term, I thought that the questions around that were pretty different because they were less around alignment and more around our specific definition. But that was, my 2 cents on the 2 terms.
Yeah, fair point. Thank you, Jeff. Well, in the interest of time, I'll move on to last slide that I have is just a summary of our next steps. Thank you all for a very productive discussion. It's really helpful. So the next steps are, for us to internally now to process what we heard from you and from the public comment letters and develop a second draft, improve the inventory table and maybe tweak some of the language that signals the level of alignment with GISTM. And then also externally, we are planning to collaborate with the investor initiative on mining and tailings safety and help them draft their 2021 engagement questions for the companies in a standardized way that could promote standardized response from the industry, and that can also help us to develop a more useful inventory table. This is where I'm getting at. These are the next steps. I thank you again for your attention and discussion. Brian, do you have something else to close?
Yeah, before we move on, why don't we just recap a few points and just check in to see if any other board members have a view, especially an alternative view that they want to express. So going back to the first discussion topic, I think the primary theme that I took away from that, really highlighted by some comments that Jeff shared, that Verity shared, and that Dan shared, was really the strong recognition of the varying objectives of the SASB standard versus the global tailings standard, and the significance of that, or really the recognition of that will warrant different approaches. Of course, when we think about the SASB standards, anchoring our decisions through the lens of the conceptual framework. And so some really good concepts around alignment to keep thinking about, but what I heard from the board was a strong recognition on the importance of the varying objectives and the likely implications for such, at least when it comes to SASB's ongoing standard setting efforts. When we jump to the second discussion topic around, primarily around material findings, heard several great comments and suggestions from board members. We heard Verity raise the idea or the concept of if the industry were to keep pushing forward through the global tailings standard around possibly developing more guidance or a more detailed approach on the concept of material findings in the future. That might be something to think about, how our standard would respond in situations like that. We also heard a few suggestions from Mark Siegel around a general suggestion to leave it open at risk of all of the downsides or trade-offs that may likely to manifest if we try to kind of narrow in or be more granular, either anchoring to a regional definition or developing our own definition or something else along those lines. And I think there are 2 particularly helpful suggestions from Mark. One around possibly considering requesting what definitions companies use in our standard. And then secondly, we could do something along the lines of providing examples of what definitions might be helpful, even if they're not a required element of the standard. And then I think we heard Jeff approach it from a slightly different, but maybe even compatible direction of some other options we might have in the structure of the standard and kind of just other ways to navigate this issue around comparability of disclosures. So those are the key themes that I took away from this. I just want to pause for a quick minute before we move on to see, are there any other views from board members, especially alternative views that you want to surface now. Of course, you can follow up with the Katerina and the staff afterwards, but happy to take any other views right now. Fantastic. Over to you, Jeff.
Great. Thanks, Brian, for that summary. Thanks, Katerina, for talking with us today and giving us an update, and for all the helpful materials you sent to the board in prep for today. So great job. I look forward to working on this some more. So thank you. Next on our schedule, we've got the Human Capital Research Project. And so we have Kelly Okuji-Wilson here, who will be walking us through that discussion. So Kelly, welcome.
Jeff, sorry, Kelly, sorry, just before I jump in, Kelly, you might have been about to say this anyway, but I think for this session, it'll work really well if the board allows Kelly to run through the content. And then we have some questions and some items for discussion at the end. But I think this will work best if Kelly presents the content and then we move into the discussion session. So sorry to interject there, Kelly, but over to you.
Great, thanks, Brian. Thanks, Jeff, and hello to the board and to the public. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm looking forward to providing an update on our human capital research project and, most importantly, soliciting the board's feedback on the project to date as we look to advance to standard setting on this cross-cutting theme. So for today's session, I just wanted to touch upon our objective today, which is to review and discuss the staff's view on the outlined project tranches and the prioritization of those tranches to advance SASB's human capital research and standard setting work. And to be clear, our objective today is to not discuss staff's detailed recommendations for standard setting and additional research. That is really the purpose of July's board meeting. And the reason being is that we really felt as a staff that it was really important to align with the board on the overall prioritization of the broad themes and to help us as a staff finalize our detailed recommendations for you in July. So at the end of this session, we hope that as a staff, we can align with the board on the prioritization of the project tranches that were described in the memo and we'll describe in the upcoming slides. So to help remind ourselves on where we are on the project, I've provided an overview of the key events that have led us to the current stage of this project, which is the project tranche development and prioritization phase that you can see here. And each of the previous phases were really critical key inputs since the project's initiation in September of 2019 to moving us forward to our current state of setting the project tranches and the priorities. And ultimately, we hope that the agreement of these priorities that we're soliciting the board's view on today will allow us as a staff to come forward with a work plan that will reflect those priorities and also to help us propose a set of initial projects in July of this year. So as noted on the previous slide, each phase of the project was a critical input in informing our view on how to formulate the project tranches and the prioritization of those tranches. But to be more specific, the inputs of these phases constituted our top-down and bottom-up approaches that helped us to arrive at these conclusions about the project tranches. So the top-down aspect included our research, which provided the market-wide evidence of financial impacts and the public consultation. And the bottom-up aspect involved industry-specific reviews and analysis of consultations that we have a staff have performed to test the top-down findings. So based on this approach, staff is considering several opportunities to address each theme through a series of work tranches, which I'll review in the following slides. So given this approach, we believe there are two areas that we should prioritize first to tackle all the thematic areas we addressed in the Human Capital Research Project. So this first priority is focused on the workplace culture theme, which we're, for this purpose, calling Tranche A for now, and that involves the issues of diversity, inclusion, and engagement. And as a staff, we believe this is a top priority given its unique position compared to the other proposed work streams for 3 important reasons. The first being that there is very strong investor interest that indicates kind of the broad financial relevance of these issues. The second is that the evidence indicates that there are very clear channels of financial impact, of course, that depend differently on the industry and business models, but there are very clear signals there. And lastly, from our bottom-up analysis, it suggests there are clear mission-aligned opportunities to improve the standards to better account for diversity and inclusion, which is really important. So to illustrate our approach, we've provided this slide to show how the evidence and market consultations have informed our views on specific channels of financial impact for diversity and inclusion aspects of that workplace culture theme. So staff plans to support its standard setting recommendations based on this connection illustrated here between the broad issue of diversity and inclusion and the specific channels of financial impact, and the identification of where these channels are valid across different industries and business models. So for example, if we're looking at in industries where companies are driven by intellectual capital that will benefit from diverse workforces through enhanced innovation, that ultimately translates into benefits to your intangible assets on your balance sheet. So what are we talking about? Like patents, trademarks, etc. So for example, if we're looking at the biotechnology and pharmaceutical industry, the ability to remain a competitive player in the industry is heavily reliant on intellectual capital and ultimately innovation. So studies have shown that the ability to recruit a diverse team enhances cognitive diversity, therefore enhancing the ability to innovate. So of course, this has implications for biotech and pharma companies and their balance sheets related to intangible assets, like patents on certain medications, and can improve the top line through sales. In terms of this second row around diverse customer base, in industries where companies have high customer interaction and interface and are seeking to gain market share by pursuing a more diverse customer base, may require a diverse workforce to kind of reflect their customer base needs. So another example, kind of keeping in the line of healthcare, in the healthcare delivery industry, studies have shown that implicit bias exists when treating patients of color for certain illnesses, which ultimately lead to disparities in healthcare outcomes and care. And as a way to combat implicit bias, ultimately to improve patient outcomes, a diverse workforce that reflects the patient population can mitigate the risk associated with implicit bias in patient treatment, and again, improve patient outcomes, particularly people of color. And then in terms of regulation and compliance, that's kind of like the third channel we've identified. Companies that have historical precedents with discrimination and harassment can ultimately be impacted on their balance sheet through, of course, liabilities through litigation or regulation, compliance, etc., and also associated one-time costs associated with that litigation. So we won't provide examples because I think it's pretty self-explanatory here. So we had noted earlier that there was a second priority that we're looking to pursue, which is this tranche 1B, as we're calling it for now, which is around an industry agnostic human capital information. So based on the various inputs that we received in our research project, we recognize that there is strong investor demand for broadly applicable fundamental human capital information that is comparable across the market. So this tranche would involve evaluating a range of possible solutions to address the needs for broadly applicable fundamental human capital information that is comparable across the market. So a few possible outcomes of this work could include a standard, a technical bulletin, an activity metrics project, or some other form of guidance. But with this work stream, it really centers on these broadly applicable concepts, principles, and measurements where industry-specific information alone may not necessarily maximize SASB's objective for decision useful information. And so to be clear, this work stream does not alter the overall importance of industry specificity in generating decision useful information for investors, including how we as a staff regularly evaluate the trade-offs between industry specificity and broad comparability in our standard setting process. We do want to acknowledge that our staff view is that certain human capital concepts broadly apply across the market and may be most effectively approached in an industry agnostic way. So we believe that fundamental workforce composition information would be a solid starting point to explore this industry agnostic human capital information approach, but we recognize that this information would be insufficient on its own, just given the mix of fundamental information investors would find useful based on the feedback we have received. Sorry, I'm having a little complications with my slides here.
Kelly, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if others can.
Well, anyways, as we kind of get back to this labor conditions. Oh, can you hear me now, Jeff? Great. So as we kind of move back here with the slide, sorry, I'm having a little difficulty here. So I'll do my best to kind of work through this one. But as a second priority, staff believes that the labor conditions in the supply chain theme, which addresses human rights in the supply chain, that includes forced and compulsory labor, child labor, is a second priority. And that's really because we feel that there are targeted opportunities to improve the standards in specific industries, just based on the feedback and evidence provided by investors, companies, and subject matter experts. And there's clear research opportunities to further develop the staff's viewpoint on the financial materiality of these issues. So this is based on the fact there is clear evidence of financial impact in specific industries and strong investor interest to expand this theme to applicable industries. And I also want to note we've really benefited from stakeholder engagement from companies and investors, subject matter experts, to really better understand the relevance of this issue, particularly in certain industries where there is a development of evidence around the issue. And as a result, we can see clear standard setting opportunities in the near future. So as a third priority, staff wants to focus on this concept of workforce investment. So this theme involves addressing the issues of on-the-job training and worker skills development, and also that key theme of financial investment in workers. So that involved things like retirement savings, living wage, etc. And this is really because the evidence suggests that this theme is broadly financially relevant across industries, but additional industry-specific research is required in order to account for all the different types of training and financial benefits that are used to incentivize workers across different industries and business models. So what we're really trying to get at is that it's very financially relevant across many industries, but also very highly industry-specific in the approach that we need to take. In terms of investor interest, I think it really accounts for this theme's impact to different workforces, and it's very strong in trying to understand these impacts. And then as a fourth priority, we want to, staff believes that we should address worker well-being. That addresses things like mental health, physical well-being, and the associated health related benefits that support both of those things. And that's because the evidence really suggests, again, that this theme is broadly financially material across industries. But again, additional industry-specific research is necessary to really account for the industry-specific manifestations of mental health and physical well-being in certain industries. And again, investor interest is also very strong to kind of account for this theme's impacts to different workforces. And then in terms of the last theme with respect to an alternative workforce, the evidence and the market input we received clearly points to the growing importance of the proliferation of various types of alternative work arrangements. But in terms of how the staff recommends moving forward, we believe that there's several of the significant aspects of the increasing use of the alternative workforce is embedded in the other thematic areas that we previously discussed. And as a result, it would be most appropriately addressed through these work streams, including our efforts around an industry agnostic human capital information, such as workforce composition. As well as through other focused areas like worker well-being, for example, or workforce investment, or even labor practices where that's applicable. And as such, we are not recommending that this tranche be separately prioritized at this time, but rather that this trend be continued to be monitored by staff as we go forward. So in summation, we're considering advancing the human capital work in the following tranches, and I just wanted to show, since we talked about a lot in the last few slides, what the priorities are and in what order, and just noting that alternative workforce will be incorporated in the other proposed tranches that you see here. So now that we've reviewed staff's preliminary views on the tranche prioritization and the rationale, I'd really like to turn over the discussion of this session to the board to solicit your views on these issues, just starting with the first questions around the tranches and prioritization of the tranches. So, we're very curious, just kind of running through the top three questions. Does the board agree with the grouping of these issues in each proposed tranche of work? Secondly, does the board agree with the overall proposed prioritization of these tranches? And then lastly, do you have any questions or concerns with the underlying rationale for the prioritization of these proposed work tranches? Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Kelly. First of all, thank you for that overview. It was all fairly clear. Just to help inform maybe the first, well, all of this, and sorry if you said this already, but these are all really urgent topics, right? Which is why you went through the whole process of trying to figure out how to prioritize them based on what you explained. If we say, yes, this is the right priority, these are the right tranches, I know that each project is different, but how soon or could we be looking at some actual updates or new standards or whatever the case is if you move forward in the way that you plan?
Yeah, I mean, I won't beat around the bush. I do think this will be structured as kind of a longer term project in order for us to follow our due diligence on each of the themes. Our goal is to try to, move as quickly as we can. So we've structured in this tranche-like approach and trying to identify where there is the most need, balancing that where we think there is the most opportunities for us to actually do some standard setting work. So I think when we've thought through that, we felt like D&I was probably the most urgent, where there's a just overwhelming investor need for this information, where there was clear mission aligned opportunities for us to do so. So we wanted to move forward with that. Same with labor conditions in the supply chain. Even though the opportunity set is a little more targeted, there is opportunities for us to do actual standard setting work there. And with the other tranches, I think we would benefit from some additional time to research and really go through our due diligence process.
Okay, thank you.
I think I see Suzanne.
Sorry, if I could just add real quick, apologies, was on mute there. Very well said, Kelly, and I think as part of the benefit of getting the board's viewpoints on prioritization, that'll help us as a staff go back as we're developing our final recommendations and provide some insight into the implications of those recommendations for timing. Of course, also keeping in mind the many other priorities that we will be addressing deriving from other project work throughout the year as well. So appreciate the comment, Elizabeth, and I think this prioritization conversation will help us get to a little better resolution that we can share with the board on overall timing when we meet in July.
Yeah, and from me, Kelly, just thank you very much for this very clear presentation, and let me also convey a European view as well as the view of my former role as practitioner in the healthcare sector. So obviously I recognize a lot of what you were saying regarding the value of this kind of information. So from a European perspective, what is inherent in the upcoming standards for sustainability reporting is a particular focus on intangibles, and this is one that we honestly haven't really gotten our arms around. So I think this project, to make that move forward and to begin by enabling companies to evaluate the human capital, is going to be a very important move forward. So just big compliments and full support from my end. Then I think I pondered a lot over the alternative workforce, because I can understand why it's prioritized lower for many good reasons. One of them is that it's actually very, very difficult to tackle. And it's also one that maybe caters more to the impact materiality than to the enterprise value materiality. That is the scope of SASB. Nevertheless, I would like to see that you keep an eye on it. And so as you do this, to look to how we might be able to factor that in, because I do see that as a major issue with global companies. And then just finally to say that this standard would also help very much companies that are now expected to disclose to the Workforce Disclosure Initiative, because there's a lot of headache in the kinds of information that is expected out of that. So I think that's basically to say full support for your prioritization. With that, just that heads up to say, let's keep an eye out for what we are deprioritizing for now.
Good. Thanks so much, Suzanne, for the comments. And we will definitely keep monitoring alternative workforce. We recognize how important it is, so it'll stay on our radars. Great. I see Mark and Verity and Kurt.
Mark, I think you're on mute. Sorry.
Already started. I was thanking you already, Kelly, and no one could hear it, for your overview and also for a great paper that I thought which was very enlightening. And I had some. So first of all, let me also say that I do agree directionally with where you're going on the prioritization. But I do know that after the internationally, after the environmental topics, human capital is really a big one, right? So I think the S factor is one that everyone says we need to do more on. And I also hear that many people are thinking, should we actually be doing more on an industry agnostic basis? And so I recognize that you have in here already a proposal to do part of an industry agnostic piece. But if I understand it correctly, that's only on the workforce piece. Is that right? And my question was, but I see that on the investor feedback that you mentioned in your paper, there's kind of overwhelming. I think it's 89% of investors actually believe that also on the culture aspect, there is actually quite a bit of support to do that on an industry agnostic basis, because they believe these are topics that are important for all sectors. So my question was, so why have you chosen to say, okay, well, we go first do a number of sectors? I think you say we do 15 first, we do 23 in addition, and then maybe the rest, right? So is there any merit in doing that on industry agnostic basis? I guess is my question that I had.
That is a great question, Mark. So to start with the first one, I think we wanted to start with workforce composition, that breakout between full-time, part-time, permanent, temporary, et cetera, just as a starting point, because we recognize it's, probably a good starting place, because it's just fundamental information that the market needs. We know that there's investor interest to have that type of information available in order to kind of foster that comparability across markets. But, it's just a starting point. I think there's some other areas that we could recognize, kind of getting to the comment about workplace culture, kind of related to that or working in parallel is maybe considering workforce demographics, ideas around workforce stability. So really like turnover, involuntary, voluntary turnover, internal hire rates, workforce skills and capabilities, culture and empowerment, health and safety. So there's a lot of different things that we could consider. But I think that's kind of part of this work stream, is kind of identifying which ones are truly, industry agnostic and will ultimately kind of fulfill our objective of being decision useful, or kind of maximize that decision useful objective. So that was our quick answer, but David, if there's anything you want to add.
Yeah, I think you summed it up well, Kelly. I mean, it really goes back to some of the considerations that we're thinking about at the conceptual framework level, and this idea of industry specificity and how we think about comparability and ultimately utility to investors. And I think it was quite interesting to see the feedback from the investment community that there are certain types of information that are highly valuable when they can be reported consistently across different industries, given sort of the common nature of, at least so far, all companies employ human beings, and there are certain commonalities that derive from that. I think what's interesting that Kelly shared with particularly the work on workplace culture and diversity and inclusion is this recognition that there are some really important drivers of value that are associated with diversity that manifest in some industry specific ways. And I think that recognizing that in our work is part of our value add in how we provide that information to investors. It could be the case that the ways that we measure performance ultimately constitute some sort of industry agnostic measure, but we're not necessarily concluding that now, recognizing there are these different drivers that point to the financial materiality of the issue in those industries, and therefore want to approach our metrics development consistent with what would communicate information most usefully to investors based on that connectivity to value creation. So it's going to be an interesting exercise, but we're going to be diving into some of those trade-offs and thinking about our conceptual framework and these different concepts and how they would apply.
Okay, so David, if I translate then what you say is that we would come back to the question as on industry agnostic and what actually in the end could be industry agnostic after we have done, that kind of metric development at a sector level. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, as part of the standards development, we would be exploring those trade-offs in applying the conceptual framework.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Great.
I think I'm next.
Yeah.
So this is really great, Kelly. Thank you for all the work and summation. I want to lend my support also for the order. I'm very happy to continue the discussion on the industry agnostic approach. I think that makes sense. I want to put a plug in the culture tranche to think about or to mention some of the discussions we've had in preliminary conversations for education that raise the issues of the practical challenges, the legal challenges of making diversity and inclusion type metrics feasible or not feasible in certain markets and jurisdictions. So it's worth keeping on our radar on the global applicability of that. Also, for culture, I want to keep us discussing the fact that culture is more than D&I, it's other attributes. And I'd love to keep moving toward the holy grail of a quantitative measure that really provides decision useful information on employee turnover and what that means for sort of a measure of culture or successful culture or not. I know we've done that in the past, but I think we can keep pursuing that. One mention in favor of one reason I like the alternative workforce application is because I think moving that category of alternative workforce folks into workforce composition, I think makes it more neutral as one viable business model that certain companies maybe in certain industries are using, and it can help compare companies within an industry or across industries for investors who are exposed across many different kinds of industries. So I think it makes it more neutral, but also keeps it as an important data point. So I like that application. And then finally, a question for you. It's surprising to see the workforce investment category not get really strong evidence from feedback, or maybe I think what your memo indicated was that the feedback received is that the manifestation of the value of workforce investment really is much more industry specific than maybe I would have guessed. It almost makes me wonder if that's something that's already covered in financial statements already adequately. And so I'm looking forward to seeing more of that, especially because my supposition would have been that it would be industry agnostic. And I just wonder if you could provide more color on the feedback about that tranche, workforce investment, needing more industry specific research.
Sure. Yeah, with the workforce investment piece, I think what we found is it was clear from the consultation, for the evidence that's kind of looking at it in, I guess, a more industry agnostic way. I don't know if that's the right term, but just that it's broadly financially relevant across many industries, which is great to see. But then when we actually were kind of looking at it through that bottom-up approach, we found that there's different nuances depending on, the industry and the business model. So I think a concrete example is like in certain industries, like I think oil and gas is a great example where there's a big emphasis on training, but it's related to safety. And, whereas that could look different in other industries where they may be using training as kind of like an engagement tool and like developing business skills or trying to keep people in the workforce. So it all looks very different. And I think what I'm trying to get at is like, it's depending on the business objectives and the model, what is the training that provides the greatest ROI? So just helping us try to understand what that is. And I think how we can do that is kind of looking at that through an industry specific lens. So we make sure we understand what kind of training is the most decision useful for investors to understand.
Great. Hey, Kelly, it's good to see you. Yeah, I wanted to, a couple of things, but I guess number one, I agree at kind of de-emphasizing the employee investment issue. It's very tangled. It's so specific to how technical work is, how much reinvestment you need in training. So that's a tangled web. And I think, you're courageously taking on a very tough topic to quantify. So I do think we need to stick with the low-hanging fruit. I do think the industry generic approach makes sense for some statistics. Having said that, to some extent, we're just going to be a data gatherer, I guess. It may well be that the SEC and other things come in and just say, we want, we're supposed to do more fulsome reporting on your human capital. So some of those may not necessarily be directly hugely financially material without other insight, but there's a vacuum today. The one hot button I've really got, and Susan and Verity both mentioned it, is the workforce composition thing. As a an old CFO and a corporate guy, this whole alternative workforce issue to me is huge. It is changing competitive balances. It is reinventing industries. It's driven by technology. It's going to be even more relevant with the experience we had over the last year of working remote. And so I feel a little bit like we are retreating from at least the most economically topical issue today. DE&I is great, and it has an impact certainly on diversity of thinking and all the rest of that stuff. And that's great, but there we're kind of going to be, I think, harvesting information. And my concern is that, at least from my perspective, the hot topic that is creating turmoil in industries and challenging existing business models is alternative workforce enabled by technology. So it may be all we can do is do a tabulation of numbers and whatever, but I feel that's somehow unsatisfying. So if the best we can do is we include it in a general table of describing workforce composition, okay, but I just feel like our ambition should be a little greater on that. And I would not feel like we've done much justice just with a tabular generic approach on that. So to me, that's a real leading edge issue that is hugely changing valuations of companies. And maybe it's just premature, Kelly, but I just wanted to log in anyway, as that one being the issue that I think about most in this topic.
Yeah, I really appreciate your comments, Kurt. I think it's like such an important topic, and I think we really struggled with where to prioritize this. I think we found just from our evidence consultations, bottom-up approach that there is a lot of value in this particular theme. There are sustainability and business implications related with alternative workforce, but most of them, at least the significant aspects of them, really overlap with some of the tranches that we've proposed, with like worker well-being, labor practices, worker investment. So I think there's some opportunities that could be gained from there, but I think the thing that we struggled with alternative workforce is that there are varying definitions of what that means globally. So that is a big challenge I think that we'll have to face in kind of addressing this issue. But it's not to say this is completely off our radars. We do want to monitor it as we go forward, because I think we recognize how to your point, how important it is and how it is changing businesses in significant ways.
Yeah, Kurt, it's a really helpful perspective. I mean, you're spot on. And I think what we can think about is how we really communicate what our intent is in terms of all our forward work around this area. I mean, obviously, it's something that we're not going to lose sight of. It's incredibly important. What it will mean for us to translate everything that's happening around that into standard setting is certainly less clear, but that doesn't mean it's not important. And so I think us thinking a little bit about how we want to describe what our forward efforts are going to be in this area, and particularly helping the market understand how they can be engaged with us and help us better understand this as this continues to rapidly evolve, I think is something that we should look to do at a minimum. So really, really helpful perspective, Kurt. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess, it is in some ways broader than human capital. It's business model and other things, but I think it's hard to pick an industry or even a country these days where there's not some turmoil about that issue. And so the more we can advance that issue, the better, without getting bogged down too much. But thanks.
Thanks. I see Stephanie and Mark.
Yeah. Hi, Kelly. Great job, and thank you for the overview and the thought you've put into the prioritization. I do generally agree with the tranches as you've laid them out and the order of priority, especially given how much focus and intense interest there is in diversity and inclusion right now. But sort of dovetailing off of Kurt's comments, I do think that there is potential for overlap between this tranche 1A and both alternative workforce and potentially workforce composition. And especially because workforce composition is going to be more industry agnostic, keeping in mind the potential costs for companies if you are going to somehow expand or there's going to be some sort of overlap between tranche 1A and 1B. So just while I do agree that tranche 1A makes sense to be the focus, kind of keeping an eye on those two other areas, because I could definitely see alternative workforce having an impact on diversity, inclusion, and engagement. And you may learn more about how alternative workforce becomes more top of mind or becomes more crystallized as you work through the DE&I elements of it.
Great, thanks, Stephanie. We'll definitely keep that in mind as we move forward with these work streams. So thank you so much for the comment.
Great, thanks.
Just a couple of incremental thoughts. The way I thought about, first of all, I agree, great job. And one of the things I wanted to particularly call out is in the memo, I thought it was really crisp and clear what the financial impacts were. And I was just really pleased with that. And I thought that was really good work. The way I thought about the alternative workforce is kind of agreeing with Kurt's point about how important it is. I actually was pretty comfortable with putting elements of it in tranche 1 in workforce composition, because that actually elevates the priority of it. So because if you kept it in tranche 5, we probably wouldn't get to it for a while, but at least getting some information about workforce composition, including alternative workforce in one of the more prioritized tranches, I actually thought that was a good thing. So I think I agree with Kurt on the rationale, but the way you actually are approaching it, I think gets some information, maybe not the full amount that Kurt was looking for, but some information out sooner. One question that I had that you might be able to help refresh my memory on, it came out in the discussion of worker well-being in tranche 4, and you were summarizing the consultation feedback from investors and from corporates. It just occurred to me like it's not specific in there about what the feedback was from employees. Could you refresh my memory on like when you were doing consultation, were you getting feedback from companies, or as a corporate entity, or employees, or how did you try to address an employee type of view, if you did at all?
Yeah, that's a great question. So just kind of with refreshing our memories here, with the consultation, we reached out to investors, companies, subject matter experts. I think from the corporate perspective, just kind of generally speaking, is mostly from sustainability professionals in the organization, from HR professionals. But with that being said, I think it kind of reflected a lot of different departments' input on the questions that we asked. I don't think it necessarily addressed like all the employee perspectives. I think it was maybe like the company view. I think we probably got more of like an employee perspective if we, when we reached out to subject matter experts, on particular themes like worker well-being or other topics. So I think we were able to kind of get more of a 360 view by reaching out to these different groups to kind of piece together all the different perspectives and information on each theme.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Great, Kelly. Well, I'm conscious of time here, but I think we've had some really fantastic feedback from the board. And maybe if I can just quickly, sorry, Jeff, did you want to jump in first?
I just wanted to just make sure that anybody who wanted to had a chance to jump in, because I know that we have a few more minutes if we want to take it to talk about this. This is it's a big issue. This is very helpful for work planning going forward. So if anybody else wanted to jump in, they certainly could feel welcome to. I'll also lend my if anybody else wants to jump in. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Lloyd, go ahead.
Okay, I'll take you up on that, Jeff. Thank you. Quick comment, quick question. Comment would be, I'm very glad to see us directly addressing culture. I think it ties back to our earlier talk about the merger, frankly, where culture is a very prominent aspect of that framework. It's also something that even very numbers-oriented CEOs value. And I think the example I just put on the record is Lou Gerstner, when he ran IBM, had a reputation as a very tough-minded, numbers-oriented manager, worked for KKR, restructured RJR Nabisco, and from his experience at IBM and elsewhere and continuing afterwards said that he thought culture was the single most important thing. So the challenge is not, is it important, but how do we get at it? And my question is, do the recent developments in social media and the advent of things like Glassdoor help us get at it better than we could have a few years ago? Do you think we've got a little better shot at trying to quantify, or, you know, since we are in kind of a quantification format, do you think we have better metrics now than we used to have that could facilitate some progress on this?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I think just based off of what I know to date, it may be a little bit better, but I think, you know, as we've probably reviewed in the past with like third-party platforms like Glassdoor or Indeed or any, you know, any of those, there could be some selection bias with people coming on and, you know, sharing their views on the firm. So we do want to be conscious of that. But you know, I do think that there are firms out there that are trying to really get at quantification of culture, and especially with the tools that we have available to us now with, you know, machine learning and all the data science tools available. I think there are companies that are trying to pursue this really great and ambitious effort. So, you know, I'd love to keep monitoring that to see if we can build that in so we can get to more quantitative metrics around culture. Ultimately to be more decision useful for investors.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, it's really pretty amazing the innovative ways that firms are seeking to deploy technology to much more accurately measure culture. And we've had the benefit of being in some of those conversations and really being impressed by the efforts there. So I don't know if it's possible to distill culture into a set of metrics, but we've certainly never been closer to our ability to do so. And I think that's reflected in our work and our ambition. I think, Verity, to your earlier comment, to understand that better and see what our role might be in helping investors to better understand that, given, Lloyd, your point of the strong arguments around value relevance of that information.
Verity, did you have a follow-up on that particular point?
Not that particular point, but maybe.
I'll come to you then, just like, so one more thought on that, you know, I think as a researcher, having published on using Glassdoor to scrape for really, you know, valuable information, very interesting to think about how these different alternative sources of information could be utilized. But I would also like put a caveat on that, which is that to the extent that another third-party provider is creating a space for really good information for the marketplace to capture an issue, it may not be like that may deprioritize the need for us to try to step in and also ask a company to opine on something that's already publicly available through other sources. So you know, just like there's a second side to that as well. But super interesting point. And I'll kick it over to Verity.
I want to make another comment, you know, commending staff and I think the organization to be considering this industry agnostic approach. You know, we had in the earlier conversations, you know, an overview of the regulatory landscape and the developments, which are mostly coming climate first. And here we are making this human capital management topic something that is forwardmost in our own agenda, and you know, keeping the fires burning for a really broad set of material sustainability topics that companies can address, that investors need to know about. And so I just want to say I'm really pleased that we're considering this. I know we've got more work to do, but I'm really confident that this is reflective of what I think is an industry move toward this duality of both universal or industry agnostic minimum criteria that investors want to know about in combination with industry specific attributes, because as we're seeing with climate, everybody needs to know greenhouse gas emissions, scope 1, 2, and 3, but we also know example after example that climate manifests in industry specific ways. And I think we see that here too with human capital, this duality that is both and being relevant for investors, and I hope practical and useful for business decision makers too. So I just want to put that out there, that I think we're responding to market feedback appropriately, and we've got a lot of great market feedback. But also I think we're continue to be on the future edge here of really accommodating, you know, a broad standard.
Maybe if I could just follow up on that and say that I think one of the things that SASB has sort of undersold in some ways in the past is that not everything that we do is industry specific. We certainly don't do things in order to be industry specific. We're just like the first major sustainability organization to approach it from an industry specific way in order to get at what was most likely to be decision useful. But we have our standards application guidance, which we pulled the industry agnostic parts of our standards out into a single document. And then, even when we look at like the metrics and topics that are in standards, they're very often commonly used across multiple industries, and they're only tailored to the extent that it's appropriate. So completely agree with Verity that this is a great opportunity to emphasize, both the industry agnostic aspects of this work, as well as to think about the industry specific manifestations. And one of the things I hope for going forward is that we actually as an organization treat both of those sides of our guidance equally, and also do a good job of emphasizing that we've, in a sense, always strived for that.
Really helpful, Verity and Jeff. Fantastic comments. Thank you both. So maybe just to quickly summarize, and appreciate you giving us a little extra time here on the agenda, Jeff. This is a really important project and initiative for the staff, the board, and the organization. I certainly won't do credit to all of the fantastic detailed feedback that we've gotten from the board, which I have been dutifully taking notes on. But I think broadly appreciate the views shared by board members. I think largely in consensus with our view that the staff put forward around prioritization, but with some specific feedback on how we're thinking about that, the scope of that work that will be really helpful for us as we develop our more detailed recommendations. I think particular support from board members around this idea of the value that SASB can add to the market and provide to investors through how we address this desire from the market for industry agnostic information around human capital. And comments from the board around really wanting to understand what this means in terms of the long-term plan for how we are going to execute the full set of work that's represented by this project, acknowledging there is some prioritization that will be applied. I think some really important comments around recognizing the importance of diversity and inclusion within that first tranche, but also encouragement from the board for us to think more broadly about culture and what we might do to help further market understanding in a useful, comparable way around this important issue, recognizing the value relevance of it. And then I think a lot of really helpful feedback around how we're thinking about the broad tranche that we call alternative work, although there are lots of ways that we could even approach naming that tranche, which is indicative of both the opportunity and the challenge associated with that particular issue. But really recognizing this is a massive issue, it's impacting companies, industries, and although we have incorporated aspects of it into the tranches that we will be pursuing, I think really valuable for us to think about that broad theme and how that will inform our forward work and come back to the board with additional detail on that. But overall, Kelly, I hope you agree that this was incredibly valuable and helpful. We always appreciate the board's insights in this, really massive undertaking around human capital. And Kelly, particularly appreciate you walking us through this and guiding the discussion, and Jeff for your leadership as board chair and helping marshal the board's expertise as we think through our next steps on this project.
Great, thanks, David. I'll just jump in just to remind everyone in terms of next steps, it's up here on the slide, but July will be the time we'll want to provide the board with some finalized recommendations on the conclusions of our human capital research project, and that includes proposing an initial set of projects at that time. And lastly, I just wanted to take a moment just to thank all the respondents to our public consultation. It was such a key input into this particular research project. So want to thank you for your detailed comments and very comprehensive responses in informing our work going forward on this issue. So I'll turn it back to you, Jeff, and thank you to the board for all your great comments today.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, David. Appreciate all of that discussion and all the work that went into preparing us for that, and look forward to hearing from you in July about those proposals. So with that, we'll conclude this particular session. And before jumping into our next one, which is scheduled to start right now, given that this is a long meeting today, I do want to recognize the need to take a break and let people recharge just briefly. So we will take a 10-minute break and then come back at 5 to the hour, and that'll put us a little bit behind schedule, but hopefully not too far behind schedule. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Come on, let's go outside.
And I'll make sure that everyone is both muted and with their cameras off. So it looks like got our next speaker up, our next discussion leader, I should even say, like well, hopefully everybody's back. If not, hopefully they'll join us quickly. But rather than doing a check-in, I think we'll just go ahead and dive in since Lynn's here. So up next, we have the research project related to supply chain management in the tobacco industry. And we have Lynn Shea here to walk us through that topic. And she's one of our associate directors on the team here, and is leading up this particular project among the many things that she does. So Lynn, over to you.
Great, thank you, Jeff, and hello all. So today in this session on the supply chain management and tobacco project, really we have two objectives. One is to take a look back at this past year and review the findings from the research project that's been conducted on this issue, and then have a discussion with the board on the path forward for standard setting. This research project really focused on evaluating whether supply chain management related ESG issues in the tobacco industry are likely to have material impacts on the financial condition or operating performance of companies in the tobacco industry. We had a fairly good sense of what the ESG issues are going into this research project based on past market feedback. And through the project, we really aim to learn more on the investor interest in these issues as they are evaluating companies in the tobacco industry, and equally how these issues link over to financial performance and how they're managed by companies in the tobacco industry. The project launched in early 2020, as mentioned, in response to market feedback we received in developing the tobacco industry standards. And over this past year, staff took the time to conduct consultations with the market, as well as evaluate different research and industry and academic reports on the issue. With our consultations, we focused on two core groups. One is on the corporate consultation, so the tobacco manufacturers. And with this group, we really aim to understand better the management approach of these issues within the industry, and then understand the financial materiality underlying these issues from the perspective of the manufacturers. Equally, we spoke with investors in this industry, both that cover it as an industry analyst, some from ESG views, and to see how they're looking at the financial materiality linked to these issues, as well as their interests and how they factor these into their decision making. Overall, we spoke with 5 international tobacco manufacturers, 4 of which really comprise in the top 5 list in terms of public market share. With the corporate consultations, largely they were with a panel of different representatives from across the company, representing sustainability, the procurement, agricultural and leaf supply chain practices, as well as investor relations perspectives. With investors, we also spoke with a handful, 3 of which cover the industry as analysts, and then also a couple with more ESG focus. It's interesting to note with investors, we also spoke with those that do not currently invest in tobacco to understand rationales behind that. In addition, during this past year, we also interacted with various subject matter experts on related issues in this project. There are human rights focused organizations, there's public health agencies we spoke with to just gain further understanding around the issues at hand from a broader kind of societal perspective as well. And finally, as with all SASB research, we are not just out speaking with the market, but also looking at some of the other set of research out there on the issues. We've reviewed company disclosures, both financial ESG, as well as academic studies, white papers, and reports on related matters. We've also kept a general pulse around developing regulations around supply chain disclosure, around tobacco industry specifics, as well as some sense of the litigations that have also arisen, as it'll come out later that this is an area that plays into this topic for the industry. So with that bit of background on how we approach the project, I'll switch gears and shift to take a look at the findings over this past year on this project. So at a high level, to summarize our findings, is that the evidence indicates supply chain management is a likely material topic for the tobacco industry. Our findings where it started to vary a bit is the company and investor perspective, and furthermore, even between investor perspective on the issue. Overall, was hearing from the market that investors expressed a bit less interest in this topic compared to companies and prioritize this topic significantly less than the public health related issues for this industry. In the section of the conversation today, I'll dive a bit deeper into parsing these out on what exactly it means. I think to begin though, it helps when we're thinking about supply chain to first have a sense of what the value chain looks like and where the suppliers fall in. So for the tobacco industry, when we're looking at the publicly traded manufacturers, they're really sitting in the middle of this big value chain that is grossly oversimplified to 6 main stages. You have the tobacco cultivation and curing, more the agricultural involved activities up front in the supply chain, getting into the actual manufacturing and production activities, transportation and distribution of products, and then finally the consumer use and post-consumption waste issues. Now, this project does not focus on the public health piece. I did want to make it clear, but that's not to say that SASB does not recognize the importance and critical nature of this issue for the industry. In fact, the current SASB standard covers public health issues in our existing disclosure topics. And certainly, even though the conversation around this was around supply chain, I don't think there was one conversation where public health did not come up. So just want to recognize, while this was not in this scope, we fully recognize this as a top issue for the industry. Now, when we do look at supply chain for tobacco, its scope is quite broad, and fully appreciate so many extensive conversations, information that all the different consultations provided. So I understand this is a gross oversimplification of the vast supply chain, which can often include over tens of thousands of supplier relationships that manufacturers are managing. There are 2 main parts to tobacco supply chain. One is centered around these first 2 pieces of the value chain, more around the agricultural activities. These are mainly supplier relationships, more with the farmers, those who are cultivating and curing or drying the tobacco. And then there's another piece around all the other suppliers that manufacturers are often working with. And this piece can vary broadly from companies in terms of what is done in-house versus what is done through contractors and third parties. Most of our conversation today will focus on this first piece around the agricultural suppliers, as this is the center of the ESG issues that were most frequently brought up when supply chain is raised, both in the scope of this project, as well as when we look at historical feedback on this issue. So let's take a look at this first piece. So historical feedback is, we received quite a few suggestions as we were developing the standards on, should the standards include ESG issues that pertain to environmental and social elements related to the agricultural supply chain. This is a kind of high-level summary of what those environmental and social issues are, indicated by the ENS. This list isn't necessarily a prioritization of the relative issues, but what seemed to be the continued theme that was brought up in consultations. There are land ecological and biodiversity impacts from growing crops. There's deforestation concerns, both directly from clearing of land for farm use and to cure, as well as timber needed to cure tobacco. On the social side, forced and child labor is sometimes in the agricultural supply chain, and their occupational hazards, and a bigger picture around this farmer livelihood and transition to alternative crops. All of these issues is we heard from manufacturers that there's active management of, and a lot of different discussions on the different approaches. Now, this project then focus on looking at what is the financial impacts of these. Why are companies investing in this? What is the risk that's presented if these issues are not managed? And this is where I'll focus kind of most of our findings from this project. At a very high level, there is an element of looking at how management of supply chain related ESG issues impacts the ability for just a core tobacco company to continue its business operations. I think there was fairly consistent views expressed of the manufacturers that really that the tobacco crop is core to its product. Therefore, when there are disruptions to crop production or crop access, you're looking at fundamental business operation disruptions. And if this is a core part of business, some manufacturers also express that's absolutely a duty from a company also licensed to operate on how you manage such issues. So there was, kind of no two different views from the manufacturer side that management of crops, so the tobacco and agriculture is core to the business. From the investors, the view was a little bit different. There was no conflict or denial of what the manufacturer's view is. However, the conversation generally went into that the long-term industry longevity, though, is more so linked to how companies manage public health related issues from the consumption of tobacco. That, yes, it matters. Absolutely, you have a supply that's core to your product, but at the end of the day, these public health issues and things may end up having the larger impact. So this is kind of a high level overarching theme, and under it, there are a few different areas that continue to be brought up in the different conversations I wanted to dig a little bit deeper at and share with the board. First is looking at kind of the reputational risks and around impact on brand value. Several manufacturers, talked about the importance as a company to deliver a consistent product experience for consumers. So certain products may have certain profiles that consumers are looking for when they're choosing the product. And to achieve that, so at times it involves also specific crop characteristics that has to come out. And so this is a driver to deliver that brand reputation that consumers are looking for, that also have to manage the core crop. It was also important and a really interesting point that came out in consultations with both manufacturers and investors, that when we're talking about brand reputation for tobacco, it isn't necessarily the same as sometimes how we think about the brand reputation of ESG decisions of companies with, say, food or apparel and other consumer-facing companies. Both manufacturers and investors were expressed that, this isn't a space where if the core product, that there was an organic choice or certain supply chain decisions, it's going to impact consumers' purchasing behaviors. A lot frequently contrasting conversations to if you have organic foods, we've seen sales increase, or non-GMOs, and consumers may choose that product. This is not really what manufacturers nor investors are looking at in terms of brand reputation. And around this area, there was general agreement from investors on the same view on the financial impact to manufacturers. Then we can move into this next piece around litigation and regulation. And on this topic, I think it's helpful to look at it both from a short-term versus long-term impact delineation. I think the conversations, mentioned both from manufacturers and investors that litigations at times may impact short-term access to supply. For example, regional import or export activities may be banned when certain litigations are brought on around specific social issues. And there's absolutely concern on not having ability to access a certain region's supply. However, there's a bit of a different view from investors and companies around the magnitude of potential impact. I think I've frequently heard from investors that tobacco supply chains are usually quite diverse. They're sourcing from many locations, and that the industry is likely resilient to more of the short-term supply disruptions. Now, what comes into play that's consistent across manufacturer investors' views are more the long-term impacts. Litigation can often, in a way, fuel the speed of regulation, or fuel focus on certain regulations that have long-term impacts on the holistic industry. So this isn't necessarily a certain company that may have differentiated performance risks, but it could be a whole industry. A certain activity may not be allowed. And both investors and manufacturers see that as definitely a kind of regulatory change or risk in the future to look at. And then the final last piece is more around the core of ingredient sourcing. I think it goes back to that high level piece on crop disruption and crop access. You know, given it is a crop manufacturers do emphasize the importance to manage the sourcing mix, to plan for the weather events or price volatility. The investor views on this, again, is agreement that this risk certainly exists. And similar, I think, to litigation is generally felt that companies are fairly resilient for short-term disruptions or short-term impact given the diverse nature of the supply chain, and did not usually view to see these as short-term disruptions as risks to huge margin impacts for the company. So in summary, so a lot of these come together to the financial material impacts on the agricultural piece. Before diving into the board on the potential path forward on standard setting, I did want to pause and take a look at one consistent issue that was raised in consultations around the other suppliers in the industry. Many manufacturers and investors talked about, with the focus on public health, that there is more new next generation products that are in development in the industry. This is really beginning to introduce a new set of electronics manufacturing into the business operation for the industry. So it has been noted when we look at the set of supply chain management ESG issues, as a company moves more, all of the companies start moving and looking at more of the next generation products, that there may be new ESG issues, more akin to what we cover in our various SASB technology and communications industry standards that may also become relevant for the tobacco industry as well. So in recap of the findings, it really comes back to, there is a lot of evidence that indicates supply chain management is a likely material topic for the tobacco industry. And there's certainly path forwards around potential for standard setting and how we go about this. However, when staff kind of steps back and looks at the issues at hand in this industry, the recommendation is to not to proceed to standard setting right now, but instead to consider a more broad multi-industry supply chain management project in the future. And this recommendation is driven by really kind of three main areas that the staff would love to discuss more with the board. First is going back to some of the evidence discussed earlier. There is some conflicting signals on investor interest and the ability to serve market needs through standard setting on the supply chain management topic for the tobacco industry. As discussed earlier in many different, from different areas, the investor interest in this topic varied. And with SASB, core objective around decision useful disclosures, I think that's an area we're still looking at. And then additionally, it is also worth noting companies are managing and disclosing on this issue through many different facets right now. And that was something a few investors also noted, that they generally feel they have access to information around this topic right now through various their own ESG corporate sustainability disclosures, as well as several of the manufacturers have chosen to include agricultural products industry disclosures within their SASB reporting to date. Now, the second point is back to the actual ESG issues in the scope of this project, and the view that a tobacco industry only lens may be too narrow and suboptimal. As discussed earlier, some of those environmental and social issues also apply to other industries with agricultural supply chains. And if we're forward looking, the electronic supply chain starts coming more into the tobacco industry as well. And there are certainly nuances to how the tobacco industry works with its agricultural suppliers than some other agricultural related industries. However, there's also synergies and cross-related issues that we can look at more holistically. Equally, there are some broader regulatory developments on overall supply chain disclosures that SASB staff has been monitoring. One that stands out is in Europe, the European Council's looking at more of a broad human rights disclosure directive, which is for all companies operating there to have more of the broad supply chain related human rights disclosure. So there could be broader regulatory developments that would align with potential standard setting approaches we would take. And then finally, more kind of an umbrella of overall, this is, it's always challenging for us, I know, to also look at prioritization with the SASB project portfolio. We're weighing, as earlier David laid out, some of the other themes that we're considering, and certainly welcome the board's view on how this project and the related scope and impact fits into our other priorities. So at this point, I will go ahead and open it up to the board. Would love to hear views from the board on whether there's agreement with the staff's recommendation to hold off on a standard setting project for the tobacco industry right now and supply chain, instead to apply learnings from the research project to a broader cross-industry project in the future. Thanks.
Elizabeth, you want to go first?
Sure. I'll start by saying thank you for pulling this together. It was very clear, and obviously you've spent a lot of time thinking through all of these points. And I'm supportive of the recommendation to pause on this. But I do also want to emphasize that I do agree these are really critical issues. I mean, you were talking about some really big impacts in the agricultural supply chain. And so I really do want us to take a look at whether we need to think about updating the related standards or topics or metrics across a broader range of companies. So just answering your second question there, yeah, I do think it's too narrow. And I also think it's something that we should take a pretty close look at to make sure we're in line with, like you said, the emerging expectations on that topic. So just a comment. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I just kind of wanted to endorse what Elizabeth said. I've been sort of thinking the same thing. I wonder, when you talk about a possible broader supply chain management topic, whether that would focus broadly on supply chain management or specifically on companies with agricultural activities in their supply chain, because it does seem to me that you've identified some important agricultural related issues here that they're listed on slide 53. And I just sort of hate to see that learning get lost. I know we can't prioritize everything we do, but I feel like you made some important progress here. I think the conclusion is right, that simply dealing with this in the tobacco industry doesn't make sense. But I just kind of have a sense that maybe we shouldn't lose the momentum as to the agricultural issues.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dan. And I think I think we see further conversations with the board on how to then apply this learning. We've also discussed internally, there could be different ways. One is we tied this together with different industries that have agricultural supply chains, so potentially bringing in some other food and beverage industries. Processed foods comes to mind as one of the first easy and obvious ones, and looking at that. There's also another angle that ties back to our last session on human capital as well, that you could look at this from breaking it down to the human capital related or social issues or the environmental issues. I think that's going to be a big kind of next step for all of us on the direction to go.
I just throw in too, you may have accidentally here selected the one industry where consumers aren't very sensitive to these issues. I would think in most others, this is becoming very important to consumers. I guess if you smoke, that's a lesser consideration too.
Yeah, and I think this will come out, actually goes really well with the next session, as Devin will be talking about our alternative products and where there's a significant link to consumer behavior.
Thanks.
Kurt, you want to go?
Great. Yeah, sure. Hey, Lynn, I just wanted to, I guess, weigh in to support the conclusions here. I think in this case, discretion is the better part of valor. This is a very, very narrow segment against a very much broader issue of the entire supply chain. And, I think this may be a case where it makes sense for us to follow rather than try to lead. If if large regulatory bodies or others begin to do some work in this arena, I'd rather be a fast follower, I think, given the other priorities we're wrestling with. So, you know, I salute the work you did, and it looks good, but I do think that trying to solve this specific issue today just doesn't make sense, and we're better off letting the either the regulatory or the environmental issues develop a little more clearly. We clearly have some supply chain metrics in our standards in those industries where we think there's specific high-level risk, and so it's not that we ignore supply chain, but this one seems a little too early to be picking them. We'll have to wait till the topic is fully ripe. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
So Lynn, one thing I wanted to just ask a little more about was in the previous slide, the first point you had was talking about investor varied interest and also what companies were doing. So one of the things I wanted to just dive in a little more on was to get your thoughts on the company perspective of the value. So it sounds like you're saying mixed interest from investors in terms of like an opportunity to get a standard to elevate or create more comparable disclosures from companies. But on the corporate side, you know, we do hear sometimes that like setting a standard would be helpful to companies. And for example, like this, an earlier topic today, not every company said this, of course, but some companies in response to our project on tailings management did say that, for example, some of the items in the global industry standard for tailings management were too vague to be implemented by them. And so that seemed like an opportunity to help clarify in some ways what would be asked of companies and to create more decision useful information. So any sense on whether they're like that companies might feel that way here, or do they feel pretty satisfied with their ability to disclose and get their message out to the marketplace?
Yeah, sure. That's a really always a great comment, Jeff. I think from companies, there's two different kind of not different perspectives, but two different points. One is when I looked at the company disclosures, and even a couple of investors echo this as well, is there is generally pretty comprehensive disclosures on the management of these issues. And for some companies, it is also starting to incorporate more quantitative year-over-year metrics as well on different elements of their supply chain management. The other part, I think I did not get the chance to know in this presentation, is there seems to be also a kind of more coalition from many of the large manufacturers around an industry, setting an industry approach within itself around how it pursues best practices around agriculture as well as audits and corrective actions. So there's a STP program, so Sustainable Tobacco Program, that many of the large manufacturers are coalescing around and working together to establish essentially that regardless of which manufacturer that a farmer may be sourcing to, the standards, or even when manufacturers use third party around audits, that's a consistent practice. And my understanding from consultations is that program is also undergoing a pretty big refresh at the current moment in 2021 for its next kind of version. So from companies, I think overall it's the disclosure. It's there. It's all companies also noted just there is an industry characteristic that where and how it can talk about such issues can be more limited from regulation compared to other industries. So of course, different channels to be able to communicate its work on their business and area.
Great, thanks, that's helpful. Want to make sure that any other board members that want to weigh in do so. I mean, this is a research project, and the recommendation is to not immediately move forward with a standard setting project, although not to rule one out in the longer term as part of other efforts, as you mentioned, Lynn. So this is not something where we do need a board decision, but it is very helpful for me and for the team, for Lynn and the rest of the team to make sure that we've heard the board's input on this. So just want to make sure everyone's had a chance to chime in on that. but no requirements. Oh, there we go. So the marks. So we'll go with Mark Vasson first. Mark.
Well, I feel that as you invited us, but Lynn, I don't have much to add other than to express my support for the recommendation that you as staff has made, right, to deprioritize it. I think it's you know, on the basis of the arguments you brought forward, I think it's the right thing to do. You know, given that we have also a lot of other priorities on our list, amongst others the human capital one that we just discussed. So I think the learnings from this project, as you suggested, you know, can be brought into other projects as well. So that's all I had to say, Jeff. Nothing new, but just saying, supporting where the staff is going.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, so I agree as well. You know, I think that this is what a research project is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to figure out and ascertain whether or not we've got significant support for pushing forward, figure out the scope, figure out the prevalence, figure out the financial materiality. And not to say that any of those aren't there, but it's not full-throated support and something that needs to be done right away. And so I think, you know, mission accomplished. We found out that that we don't need to push forward on this right now, and I agree with the recommendation.
Thanks, Mark. So if there are no other thoughts from my fellow board members, I'll just, you know, like, Lynn, put it to you, or invite Brian to if he wants to jump in at all. But anything you want to do just to kind of maybe summarize what you've heard back?
Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I think it was pretty clear what we heard. Support from across quite a number of board members, and going back to a few comments specifically from Elizabeth, Dan, and Kurt, who I think summed it up pretty well, and is broadly supporting the staff recommendation, but at the same time, really encouraging staff to not lose sight of the important findings and insights that Lynn found through executing this project. And while we don't know what exactly that might mean for project design and scoping going forward, we do have a lot of input, you know, signals, evidence that suggests there could be opportunities for further improvements, whether that's around agricultural product supply chain, referencing similar to what Lynn did earlier, the human capital project and labor conditions in the supply chain, which factors into the tobacco industry as well. So we don't know exactly what that project design or scoping might look like going forward, but I think this is a good conclusion for this project, and then just the importance of rolling those insights forward into informing our kind of strategic approach to standard setting around supply chain opportunities to improve the standards in the future. So Lynn, really appreciate you reporting out to the board here. Anything else you want to add, Lynn, before we pass it back to Jeff?
No, all great. So thank you, Jeff, and to everyone else's input.
Great, thanks for all your work on this over the last year or so, Lynn. I really appreciate that, and great job presenting it today. So with that, I guess we'll go ahead and we'll move into the last major topic for today, which is the research project that's been ongoing in alternative meat and dairy. And for that, we have Devin Bonney here. She's the sector lead for food and beverage and has been heading up this particular research project. So Devin, welcome.
Thanks so much, Jeff. I'm excited to be here to share an update on the research project and propose a standard setting project to the board today.
Great.
So we'll do a brief project overview and research project update, but the majority of today's session will be focused on the standard setting project proposal we've prepared for the board today. So as a reminder, this research project was started back in Q1 of 2020 as staff was seeing the global demand for alternative products really increase and seeing some potential evidence suggesting that these alternative products could be used to reduce environmental impacts. And the project had originally focused on 5 different industries. And the objective of the research project was really to determine the level of investor interest in the growing consumer demand, and also evaluate how companies are responding to and managing the changing consumer demand for these types of products. And we anticipated that we would use the standard setting criteria to determine if standard setting activities could improve the decision usefulness. And I presented an update to the board at the Q4 2020 board meeting. And at that time, the board members indicated wanting to understand a little bit more on the financial impact of alternative products on the meat and dairy space. And so we underwent additional research and found that markets are really shifting and companies will have to diversify their product portfolios to capture this market share. And what we see on the left-hand side is a graph of how the meat market is expected to change and grow between now and 2040. So currently, plant-based products make up roughly 0.3% of the 1.2 trillion meat market. But we can see in just 5 years or so, it's anticipated that plant-based will make up 10% of that total meat market. And by 2030, you see cultured meat enter the market. And cultured meat, as a reminder, is meat that is still a traditional animal product. It's animal meat, but it's grown in a lab from cells as opposed to an animal on the farm. And so you're basically removing the animal from the supply chain. And you can see by 2040 that traditional meat products are expected to be only 40% of the meat market, with plant and cultured meat making up the other 60%. And the meat market is expected to grow to be about 1.8 trillion by 2040. And so this presents a huge opportunity for increased revenue and market share for meat producers and food retailers, which I'll get into in a minute. And then on the dairy side, the dairy market's a little bit ahead of the meat market, but I just wanted to provide the board with a little bit of a snapshot of sales of dairy products in 2018 and 2019. And you could see on the traditional sales of milk, yogurt, and cheese were all declining or steady, and alternative products fast outpaced sales of those traditional products. And so again, staff really thinks that there's a financial opportunity here for companies to increase revenue and market share based on this evidence. And so based on that additional evidence of financial impact, along with evidence presented to the board previously, staff is ready to now present an alternative products in food and beverage standard setting project. And so we've seen that alternative product and innovation strategies can really help companies respond to the changing consumer demand and also manage the ESG impacts of their product portfolios over the long term. And alternative product innovation and strategies is currently not accounted for in the product standards, in the SASB standards. And so we're proposing today a standard setting project to evaluate the inclusion of this product strategy within the meat, poultry, dairy standard and the food retailers and distributors standard. We anticipate that the standard setting project will lead to determining the appropriate disclosure topics and metrics within those two industries, with the outcome being an addition of new disclosure topics and metrics. And we're anticipating an exposure draft being ready by the end of this year. And really, we came to this standard setting project through a variety of inputs. The first was strong level of investor interest. What we really heard from investors was that they're concerned about the ESG impacts associated with meat products and supply chains. And they also voiced concerns that a lack of diversification in product portfolios away from meat could be a significant risk for those companies moving forward. What we heard from companies is that using alternative products can help them manage their ESG impacts and meet this growing consumer demand. And research suggests that this consumer demand is not changing, and it's really changing the way that meat products are sold. So we're focusing on the meat, poultry, dairy, and food retailer and distributor standards because of the evidence of financial impact that we have and the inputs. So for meat, poultry, and dairy, we really found that these products are being used to manage things like GHG emissions, less water usage, land use, helps with animal care and welfare as you diversify away from animal meat, and supply chain impacts. And for food retailers and distributors, we heard that it can help with GHG emissions and supply chain impacts, especially as it relates to their private label brands, which many food retailers currently have. And we think it's the right time to propose this project because it aligns on a few different of our standard setting agenda priorities. The main one I'll focus on today is climate, but happy to discuss the others listed on the slide as well. So we really think that this helps advance our priority on climate related research and standard setting. As I said, because these products can be used to help meat and poultry and dairy companies manage their direct emissions, supply chain emissions, and help with those land use as well. So getting into the standard setting proposal itself, on the left-hand side is our criteria for standard setting. So what we use to determine if it's appropriate to move a project, initiate a standard setting project. And on the top, we have the industries that the research project originally focused on. And I'll go through each industry one by one. So for meat, poultry, and dairy, we really think that there's an opportunity to increase the decision usefulness of the standard because of what we heard from investors indicating that if traditional companies don't change and diversify, it could be a huge risk in terms of their ability to manage environmental impacts. And also there's a financial opportunity to increase their revenue and market share in this alternative space. It's globally pervasive, so this consumer demand is not just based in the US, it's in many different markets around the world. And through consultations in the research project, staff already has an idea for potential solutions on how to add in some measurements related to alternative products. And so we think it's feasible to come to a standard setting solution in a timely manner. Food retailers and distributors, we also think that there's an opportunity to increase the decision usefulness. And this really has to do with that changing consumer preference. So many consumers, the majority of their money is on food is spent through food retailers. And so this is again an opportunity for those food retailers to make sure that they're maintaining and increasing their market share. So if a food retailer is offering all these products, it could draw new customers. If they're not offering alternative products, consumers could go to a different food retailer and they could lose out on business. We talked to food retailers and investors globally and think that, we've seen food retailers pay attention to this and change their business models as well globally, again, especially as it relates to their private label brands. And there are a few different organizations working on some way for food retailers to disclose information related to alternative products. But we did hear from companies asking SASB to create a standard so that it can be comparable. And so we think it is still feasible to create an idea for a solution and new topics and metrics at this point. Staff is also recommending that we keep the research project open, focused on processed foods. And processed foods is a little bit of a complicated industry. So the way we categorize processed foods, we have companies like Beyond Meat that only provides products that are plant-based. And then we also have companies like Hershey's or Mondelez that offer snacking products and confectionery. And so staff still has questions around the scope and prevalence of alternative products and how important they are within the processed foods industry. And because the scope and prevalence isn't clear, it's also unclear if there's an opportunity to increase the decision usefulness of the standard by looking at alternative product innovation specifically. Again, because these products aren't necessarily affecting the majority of companies within this industry. So if it doesn't if the scope and prevalence isn't there, then there is not an opportunity to increase the decision usefulness. And feasibility is a little complicated, again, because of the complexity of the product scope. And so a research project would really focus on understanding that scope and prevalence piece to determine if standard setting could improve the decision usefulness. And I will also note that a company like Beyond or a pure play plant-based company can still report to the processed food industry because we have already highlighted some of the key financial issues that those companies face, like ingredient sourcing and supply chain impacts. And for restaurants and non-alcoholic beverages, we really heard that it wasn't of interest to investors or most companies it wasn't financially material, and so staff is proposing to really focus the research project on that processed foods industry. And so if we look at a timeline of the research project in comparison to what we're proposing today, which is the standard setting project, we're proposing to, again, continue the research project, but really focus on processed foods and understanding that scope and prevalence piece. We're hoping to have an answer on that in the near future, hopefully in the next few months. And then we're proposing to launch a standard setting project, focus on the meat, poultry, and dairy industry and food retailers, and anticipate an exposure draft by the end of this year. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the board and discuss if you agree with this recommendation. Is the scope sufficiently clear? Do you agree with the recommended approach of keeping the research project open? And would love to discuss any other concerns or questions you all might have.
Thanks, Devin. Very helpful discussion. While I'm waiting for my fellow board members' questions to percolate up in the form of their videos being on, I'll maybe ask one question, which is if you could go back to the previous slide and look at the timeline there. Yeah, that's the one. So it looks like it's almost kind of lockstep in terms of timeline for the proposed standard setting project versus the research project. And one of the questions I have is, what is it that, like, if we were to put ideally, if you were to decide that we actually did want something in processed foods, if we did want to, we move forward with standard setting, ideally, would you want that to be exposed for public comment at the same time as the other two sectors in terms of, like, being able to manage the engagement process and get feedback?
That's a great question. I think something I'm open to having board discussion about. I think if there's an opportunity to fold the processed foods into the current standard setting project proposal, then that would make sense. But I want to make sure that we go through our due process and understand if there is an opportunity for processed foods before discussing the specific execution of that. But ideally, I think that would make sense if it's feasible to do so.
Yeah, my sense is that we wouldn't necessarily want to put one out for public comment and then 3 months later put another industry out for public comment on a largely related issue. It just might not service that well. So to me, it seems like if we were to go forward with the proposal to start standard setting in 2 of the industries and then continue to do research in a 3rd, I would want to make sure that we have a pretty clear point in time where you feel like that's kind of a major decision point where we either hold back on releasing for public comment the existing industries, or there's still time to do work and add in a 3rd industry if the ultimate conclusion is we did want to move forward with processed food. If we don't, then it's not really a big issue, right? So that's I'm less worried if the research leads to a conclusion that's not yet warranted.
Yeah, I would agree, but I would also just point out that for processed foods, the solution might be a little different because, again, it might be that there's an opportunity to increase the decision usefulness related to product strategy, but not related to alternative product strategy. And if that's the case, then we may want to discuss having them as separate standard setting projects or issuing those exposure drafts at different times because we're addressing sort of different issues. So I just open that up as a potential possibility of findings from the ongoing research project as well.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Brian, did you pop on? Did you want to follow up on that?
I might comment on that later, but why don't we hear from Elizabeth?
Okay. I was going to make a comment sort of along the lines of Jeff, where it seems like, and I'm sure this is already on your mind, so I'm probably stating the obvious, but there's going to be, until you explain what you just did, it seemed like there would be a lot of synergies there, and I would hate to sort of do the process like at different times if you're learning a lot of the same things about the issues for each of these parts of the project. But my question, and I'm sorry if you said this and I missed this, but just on this point, like when you think of alternative meat and dairies, do you have a sense of how much of it is coming from the targeted industries versus processed foods? Like, because when you say like Beyond Meat, et cetera, they're in the processed foods categories. Is that where most of it is coming from, or is it really coming from the meat and dairy industry actually at this point?
So the products themselves are mostly coming from processed food companies, but we've seen a lot of traditional meat and dairy companies increasing their offerings in this space. And again, what we heard from investors and we saw through research is that this is really a risk for those traditional companies, because if they don't diversify, they're not going to capture that market share. And there's significant environmental risks that I think consumers are becoming more aware of in terms of the meat supply chain. And so it's, again, a risk to companies if they don't diversify. They could face, they're changing their business models essentially to meet this consumer demand. Does that help answer your question? And I'll just say, again, plant-based companies can still report to the processed food standard, and we've still highlighted what is likely to be financial material for any processed food companies, regardless of the type of product that they're making.
Right, yeah. I get what you're saying. I guess I'd like to spend some more time thinking through this as you do more research on the topic, because it seems to me like if it's a business model shift, the issues, I guess you're saying the considerations there would be completely different than for a processed foods company that was looking at alternative meats and dairies. Okay, I get that. I think I'd like to sort of see some examples, like actual examples of that when you get to that point of what that would look like in practice. But otherwise, I understand what you're saying. Sorry, Kurt, did I cut you off?
Nope.
Oh, we can't hear you. Oh,
yeah, I guess this sounds to me like a good opportunity for a little working session to do a deeper dive with a few people on the board. Maybe we could dig in deeper and try to get a vision of how this thing might evolve. I tried at least, and it's hard for me to opine one way or another on this. And I think it may make sense for us to, have a deep dive session on this, really to pick your brain about how would this evolve. I understand what you're saying, and you had some great research in our pre-read about, the environmental impact of all these different sources of protein. On the other hand, it's hard for me to envision the outcome, and maybe I'm too outcome oriented and not research enough, but I just feel like it's hard for the board right now to really give you good, solid guidance, because we're all kind of, struggling, I think, to envision just how it would manifest itself in the processed foods arena. It is ironic that the biggest drivers of this alternative are in the processed foods. What we're saying is the risk, though, is to the non-processed food companies. So it is an interesting.
Yeah. A helpful analogy, I think, and hopefully this is helpful, is we've been talking about internally about how it's similar to the shift of oil and gas companies. So traditional oil and gas companies are increasing their innovation in renewable energy. And so we have, topics and standards related to that, but we still have a renewable energy standard for renewable energy companies. And so that might be a helpful comparison to sort of think about, yes, the majority of products may be coming from a company that we include in processed foods, but it's still a significant business risk. And we're seeing companies change their business models in the traditional space.
Yeah, interesting. So it's hard for me to truly opine on this too deeply, just because, as you said, it is convoluted a little bit with players. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Devin, I think you did this very systematically. You approached this whole project very systematically. So we asked you to tell us, do investors care about this? And you came back with a whole lot of feedback that says, yes, investors care a lot about this. We asked you to find out what are companies doing in this space, and you came back with a lot of detailed information about the various ways that different kinds of companies are tackling this issue, notably from not only U.S. companies in the industries, but to this processed foods discussion, I've noticed a number of Japanese companies as well in the processed food and retailer space. amongst other companies in other countries. And then you did an excellent job presenting the financial impacts when we had a question about that. So from my perspective, you answered all of our questions with solid evidence that affirms interest and evidence of materiality, and also, really kind of disentangled the complexities of the issue across the various sub-industries in the sector, and gave clear path forward for the two industries that you mentioned. Maybe you could pull up the slide that shows sort of the green boxes. This one, yep. So we get the really strong setup for meat, poultry, and dairy, and food retailers and distributors. And I even would make that bottom green box a dark green, where you have alignment in sort of that middle green color. But for me, it sounds like there's real call for standard setting work to help develop a sort of a one standard that could be useful to companies and facilitate comparable disclosures to investors, maybe taking advantage of other industry-led work, opportunities to align there, which just to me makes it sound a lot more feasible. So and sort of mirrors your other box there in terms of ideas for solutions already identified. So I love hearing that. I'd make that a dark green box, and I think you've really nailed it here for the two industries to really give us a clear path forward. On the processed foods industry here, and the question about sort of dual track research with standard setting in the other two, I'm wondering if we can learn more from companies operating in markets where traditional dairy has been less entrenched. And I don't know if that's a country like Japan or another country where you don't have the kind of disruptive element threatening a business model and creating that sort of risk that the standard seeks to look at, but rather a market or a group of companies in this industry that could help us understand all of the elements that we need to just have a comparable set of disclosures that helps us understand if it is relevant, or if sort of the markets they operate in are sort of already taking for granted that this is the preferred product line without looking to this rationale of environmental or social preference, or without that element of market disruption.
Yeah, I think that's a really great approach that we could certainly take for processed foods and help us understand that scope and prevalence question just in and of itself without the others consideration. So I like that, and certainly open to other feedback on how to make that question on scope and prevalence more clear for processed foods.
I think it's fair to say one of the themes that we're hearing from a few board members is kind of increasing, to understand maybe even like what the specific questions are underlying processed foods. And I think this even connects back to some of the comments that Kurt was making on this is a challenging issue. It's a challenging issue in the processed foods industry from the perspective of prevalence. Given that it's very relevant to some companies within the processed foods industry, and not at all relevant to probably many other industries within the processed foods industry. And then the aspect of feasibility as well, understanding that within that processed foods industry, we simply don't structure our standard through the lens of each individual product or product type or product category, and one new product may have various types of ESG impacts, and how those are addressed or accounted for throughout the existing topics within the processed food standard. Just raises questions that are much, much different than the types of questions in the meat, poultry, and dairy and food retailers and distributed industry. So I'd invite any other board members to share comments and perspectives, even how you think about this concept of prevalence within processed foods. If you have any either questions or suggestions to help us kind of narrow in to better solve the kind of the question around processed foods. I would say, one staff perspective, going back to Jeff's earlier comments, is it would probably be better to try to get to a conclusion on processed foods sooner rather than later, as long as, to Devin's points, very good points, that we feel confident in in those positions, or really that recommendation around standard setting. Acknowledging that there could be some synergies with folding it into a standard setting project, but Devin raised some good considerations on how it's really a little bit different of a question at the same time. So I don't think we would want to drive it on an artificial timeline, but just think that if we could, in the relatively near future, wrap up the question around processed foods, again, if feasible, if appropriate. Lloyd, why don't you jump in here?
Yeah, I did want to revisit the founding premise and why we think this is material in the first place, because I think we're getting tangled up downstream on our premise, and I think the premise is pretty defensible, that the the mainstream meat and dairy industry imposes a lot of externalities that historically have not been priced, and going forward probably will be, and there will be a lot of economic incentives, maybe not even fully evident now, that push people into various kinds of alternatives, and hopefully, Devin, I'm rehearsing that kind of correctly. That means that the economic forces that you'd worry about are not fully in place yet, but the issue area experts kind of take them for granted. And investors probably are better attuned to those, because investors tend to be more forward thinking. I live in fiscal year 2. A company management team has to run the company between now and then, right? So I'm not shocked that companies in the processed foods industry might be a little equivocal on how much they think this affects them. But it's hard for me to picture a world where the food retailers and distributors end up taking it very seriously. And an example from the prior decade would be Walmart organics. Organics was niche, and then Walmart showed up and it wasn't niche anymore. And so I think we could very well see a similar dynamic where the suppliers are pulled along by the leadership distributors. And so the fact that they don't necessarily think it's a vital thing right now, I think if it's a vital thing for the retailers and distributors, it's probably vital for the processed foods companies as well. But there's a lot of assumptions in that line of reasoning, so I wanted to run that by you and get your reaction.
No, I think that's a great point, Lloyd, and what we heard from some food retailers, or the impression I'm getting from the market, is that investors are really focused on food retailers because of that point exactly. They have an opportunity to bring along the supply chain, and I think within their supply chain, it's really focused on meat, poultry, and dairy right now. But that's, I think, again, a great question to sort of, as we think about the scope and prevalence, how prevalent is it for processed foods now and will be in the future, based on that pressure that food retailers are facing.
Yeah. The other point I wanted to make in that connection, the whole point of processed food is you do it at scale, right? So it's not sitting at a cafe and having a grilled steak or something. This is, we're going to make 40 million of these things and put them in boxes and put them in freezer trucks and sell them. And so at scale, the premise of the project is that the place this is going to matter is at scale.
Lloyd, can I just follow up on that question for a second?
Please.
So I like that line of thinking, and it does resonate with me. But one question it still leaves me with, from a standard setting perspective, is given the structure of the processed food industry according to the way that we classify it in our standards. Do you think that would, if what you are suggesting is right, that the industry gets pulled in that direction, do you think it would reach the level of being pervasive within the industry for the the variety of companies that exist as we define it? And that may be a challenge of our standard setting, but I guess that's one question that I would have.
Pervasive is a tough hurdle, but I would say, I think the Walmart and organics example, you go up an order of magnitude for sure. And that order of magnitude was decisive for some suppliers, for some processed food makers. The ones that could execute better on that captured significant market share. So I think there's no reason to argue that this would be different.
Thanks, Lloyd. Do we have other comments from board members? I think we've got certainly a proposition that's going to need to be decided on. So maybe while waiting for any other board members to jump in if they've got comments, just to Devin and Brian, one thing to think about is like the proposal that's being put to the board is to initiate standard setting on a particular scope within 2 industries, right? So meat, poultry, dairy, food retailers and distributors around the topic of alternative product strategy. So and excluding processed foods, but going forward, with that as a research project as discussed. An alternative, speaking of alternatives, an alternative to that would be to begin in all 3, and then make a decision, which would at that point require like a board decision to stop, say, projects. At some point we thought it's not aligning, it's not likely to meet our standards for actually issuing a proposal. So could you talk a little bit about the alternative path that we might go forward to resolve some of the uncertainty?
Maybe I'll just start out there, but then Devin, let's hear from you. Devin, Jeff, I think as far as most effective approach for moving forward, I think that that we've been clear. I think Devin has been clear here, is that we have pause on processed foods specifically because of 2 of these criteria that we have, primarily 2 of these criteria that we have around standard setting, specifically scope and prevalence and feasibility. And so if it's your view or the full board's view that acknowledging that kind of shortcoming right now, it might be a more effective approach to scope it in and then confirm later, potentially take it out of scope later. We wouldn't be opposed to that approach, just so long as we're all on the same page that we don't have confidence on that kind of scope and prevalence and feasibility aspects here, unlike the other 2. So I just quickly wanted to comment as far as pragmatically moving forward. If the board preferred that approach, that would be fine from our perspective. But Devin, I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add more specifically around Jeff's question and kind of how to get to a solution here.
I think that adding in processed foods is a path we could take, and we're, like Brian said, not opposed to it. I think that the fundamental issue in processed foods is the feasibility piece, but also the product innovation portion of this could be related to other things, not just alternative product strategy. So I would hate to include the processed foods in the standard setting project and then realize that the impacts vary slightly and therefore the solution is different than what we're proposing for meat, poultry, dairy, and food retailers. So just understanding that might get a little muddled based on the information we have to date for processed foods, which is why we're proposing 2 as opposed to 3, but certainly open to adding in processed foods with the caveats Brian mentioned.
Great. I mean, that's helpful. My third option is we just like pause on everything. And I think the reason I asked the question was partly to get just that confirmation that you do feel really solid. And Verity, I thought, like expressed this particularly well. Feel really solid about the path forward in meat, poultry, and dairy, and food retailers and distributors. And because a bit of what I've heard is some concern about what to do with processed foods. And so as long as we're pretty clear that that's where the uncertainty lies, then I think we can put to the board a decision on whether to initiate standard setting in those 2 industries as you're suggesting. And then I'm not really hearing anybody say don't continue to do research related to processed foods, and so I think that'll be an obvious step to move forward, as suggested.
Yeah. I might also add, Devin, correct me if you feel otherwise, but acknowledging the earlier comments that it would be preferable to try to answer the question on processed foods sooner rather than later. I don't think we have a high level of confidence that we can do that, and so the risk of scoping it into the standard setting project is it just quite simply slows us down from moving forward where we think that the kind of priority feasible issues are. So Devin, speak up if you feel otherwise there, but I think that's kind of part of what the concern might be, Jeff, that it kind of dilutes our kind of efficiency and focus on moving forward on the more feasible aspect of this. But again, if there's a board view that you think that from a best practice kind of project design perspective, it does make sense to stay broader, I don't think we'd be opposed to that.
I think we generally like to be pretty clear in terms of what we're signaling to the marketplace as a plan for moving forward. And, I don't think to me, my view is like, it doesn't sound like we're at the point where we want to signal to the processed food industry that this is something we're planning to move forward with. I think we should signal that it's something we're continuing to think about, because we are not sure exactly what the solution would be. We're not sure how widely it would be pervasive, and we're not sure if we're sort of there yet as an industry. So that, to me, it makes sense. But of course, welcome other opinions. Dan.
Well, just for the record, in case you want to hear from somebody else, yeah, I would go ahead with the staff's recommendation as it is. The case seems to be so clearly made for meat, poultry, and dairy, and food retailers and distributors. I guess I don't know if you'd agree with this, Jeff, but I'm a little struck by your comments, which I translated as, to some extent, the problem with processed foods is an artifact of the way we've constructed the industries. In other words, maybe if we'd happen to have a processed food industry with only meat, dairy, and poultry as its inputs, then we wouldn't be having at least the struggle over scope prevalence. Maybe we'd still have the feasibility issue. And I wonder if there are other examples of industries where we have disclosure topics that aren't necessarily relevant to every company in the industry.
Well, I think it would be safe to say that we don't think our industry standards fit every company in every industry perfectly. That's just, the nature of business models. And we, of course, have standards application guidance to help companies when there's something that isn't particularly material to them given their business model. Or, we have guidance and lots of examples of companies that use more than one industry standard as appropriate given their scope of operations. It was merely to point out that the processed food is, for this particular topic, sounds to me like, it's, that industry isn't all scoped in a way that brings this to, like an obvious point of potential materiality or likely materiality.
It might be worth naming here as well that I think it's highly likely that over the longer term, industry classification systems themselves will need to be adjusted and revised in order to accommodate kind of the growth, the evolution, the developments. We're starting to see a little bit of blurring of boundaries and even questions around which activity falls into which industry. So I think that that's worth naming, that's probably one of the higher level kind of macro themes here that's probably has some implications around our challenges. I'm
kind of thinking the same thing. That's sort of out of scope, I guess, of what we want to do in the short run in this project. But maybe it does raise questions about how this particular industry is.
It's the buggy whip problem. So, if there aren't other concerns or comments from the board, then maybe we could go to, I think there's a slide where you actually have it. Looks like it's 68, because I think the actual recommendation doesn't show up on the one, but you do have it there somewhere. Summary of staff recommended. There it is. Yeah. So I think, Brian, anything that you want to raise before we, bring this up for a board decision?
No, I think more than happy to hear any other board views here. I think this is an interesting discussion around some of the complications around the processed foods industry that gives us more to kind of keep thinking about to try to resolve that question. I think we do. I think that we do know that is an outstanding question, and the view would generally be to continue to support the staff recommendation around the meat, poultry, and dairy standard and the food retailers and distributors standard. Definitely acknowledge, it would be nice to try to resolve the questions on processed foods sooner rather than later. But I don't want that to also be serve as a it's a really important question to answer, but I don't want it to be too large of a distraction for kind of the bigger focus here, and really where we feel confident and excited to advance the work forward. And I think where we feel there's really a significant market opportunity to improve the standards in these two industries. So very important question, but I would also hope that it wouldn't distract too much from the board's support for continuing the great work that Devin's been doing in this project and advancing forward to a standard setting phase.
So maybe it would be helpful then if if the board members could turn their cameras on if we're going to take a vote. I want to make sure that I can acknowledge everybody as being a yay or a nay. So here they come in full force. So wonderful to see all your beaming faces. So wonderful. Okay, so do I hear a move to initiate standard setting with respect to the alternative, introducing a topic for alternative product strategy within the meat, poultry, and dairy standard, as well as in the food retailers and distributors standard?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Excellent.
Bubbles on both.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing and seeing none, we'll call that approved and unanimously so. So we'll turn it back to Brian and Devin if they've got anything there they want to say.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, Kurt.
So we approved that, I guess. The next step, I guess, on the other, do we want in effect to give an informal nod to continue on the processed food, or that's kind of the other open question?
So I appreciate all the board's input on that. I mean, what I heard is that it sounds like there's interest in the research. There's potentially mixed views on how likely it is to be translate into a standard setting project in the near term. But if anyone has a view that we shouldn't move forward, I'd welcome the feedback. What was your view, Kurt?
No, I think it's fine to keep plugging away at it and see if how large part of the industry it's relevant to, and it's worth. I think it's a good example of us. Devin's done some great work with that matrix of which segments within the industry work, and I think that's a great framework, Brian, we should use in a lot of these reviews. Which ones should we do and which ones shouldn't we do? So I think it's interesting to continue thinking on those lines around our industry selectivity and relevance.
Great, thanks, Kurt.
Yeah,
Suzanne,
maybe,
Bob?
yes,
Yeah,
maybe I could just add, I believe I have mentioned it before, but just to say that through the Access to Nutrition initiative, they are doing some research that, could be, a useful proxy. There we actually started with processed food, which in my view is not food really, but that's another story. And then moved into retail and groceries, etc. That of course is with a different angle. It's about the nutritional value, but perhaps worthwhile just exchanging experience and insights.
Absolutely, Suzanne. And actually, we are making it sort of on our monitoring issues page that we're looking at health and nutrition across the food and beverage sector as a separate sort of research stream, but would certainly be open to that discussion.
Yeah.
So just to wrap up then, since we voted, next steps for this project are targeted consultations within those two industries that were just approved. The continuation of the research project focused on the scope and prevalence with processed foods. And then we'll develop hopefully an exposure draft for those two industries by the end of this year at minimum. And with that, I'll pass it back to Jeff. Thank you all today.
Thank you, Devin. Appreciate all the work that you did to get ready for that, and look forward to seeing those projects and the research project move forward. So with that, that actually wraps the major discussion points for today. Just maybe to summarize, we've kind of seen projects moving forward and sort of coming to different conclusions in some ways, like research projects that have moved into standard setting and then gone on to the public comment period and then dealing with the comments there. Some research projects where we've said we've learned that there's potential opportunities, but the timing isn't right, and other ones where it's suggested that our initial thinking was well-founded in some areas and that didn't pan out in others as we anticipated. And so adjusting our efforts moving forward there, trying to be as responsive as we can to what we hear back from the marketplace as well, from issuers, from investors and other experts, as well as also making sure that we keep our eye on the strategy that we have and the mission that we have here at SASB and sort of remain true to our core tenets there. So Brian, how would you kind of wrap up today?
I'll just really appreciate that recap, Jeff, and then I'll just touch on a few kind of really pragmatic implications from the meeting and some next steps just to make sure the board's aware and we're all know what to expect over this next period. So very briefly, calling back to the session at the very beginning around the project portfolio overview, one thing to make sure the board is aware of is that we're right around the corner from proposing the final exposure draft and basis for conclusions on the raw material sourcing and apparel project. The board has said we've had a couple rounds of input with the board, and we're just right around the corner from finishing what will be the proposed staff version for the board to review and potentially vote to initiate a public comment period. So stay tuned for that. Several other project updates that David touched on, but I think that's the one with probably the most near-term implications for the board, but also the broader public, really the opportunity to comment on the apparel industry exposure draft. Briefly on the tailings project, it was a really productive discussion focused on a couple of key themes arising out of the public comment period. It gave us some more kind of input and guidance to keep moving forward with developing what could be a final kind of proposed standard for the board to review. We'll see how the next steps go and kind of reaching to some conclusions, making some more decisions on what, again, potentially a final standards update could look like. So we'll certainly be in touch with the board as that shapes up on the staff side. Down on human capital, again, a really productive discussion with the board, extremely important overall work stream with quite a number of underlying tranches. What we heard was that broad support of how we've kind of separated the project into a series of tranches and the overall prioritization. But with that said, there was some helpful feedback around, specifically around thinking about workplace culture more broadly than diversity and inclusion. There were some really good comments around the alternative workforce and just the magnitude of, potential economic implications that we need to be aware of, cognizant of, think if they do kind of adequately roll into the earlier tranches, or if we could be missing something there. Quite a number of other points on human capital. Of course, the good discussion around the work stream on industry agnostic human capital information, which we will continue to look forward, push forward with and engage the board on. It was a helpful session on the tobacco research project where the outcome was quite clear that we will conclude the research project, but make sure to roll the findings over into our thinking around opportunities or even project design on broader supply chain management issues or really opportunities to improve the standards. And then just coming to the alternative products standard setting project proposal, just greatly appreciate the board's engagement in the research project over this last year or so and a series of board meetings. And then we're excited about where we are with that right now and just greatly appreciate the board's support in voting to add that project to the standard setting agenda and kick off standard setting in another important kind of high priority area. So I think really productive meeting, Jeff, and really the full board from the staff perspective. Greatly appreciate all of the board members' preparation, engagement, the substantial time that you take for our meetings and all the kind of one-off interactions in between the formal meetings. So just again, thank you, and back over to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the recap there, and thanks for the work that you do and helping to lead the team's efforts. just thousands of hours go into all the things that we do, and it takes a lot of hard work and oversight as well. So appreciate your leadership there, as well as David and Lynn and others who were here today. Really important in what they do for the team. So maybe if we go to the next slide, I'll just point out that we have coming up in July is our next standards board meeting, and that is where some of the topics that we talked about today are likely to come back, and in particular look for an update on human capital and some specific standard setting projects being proposed in July related to human capital. And then we have our meetings in September, end of September, beginning of October, and then likely we'll have another meeting in December. At the moment, they're all likely to continue to be virtual, but this format, other than some technical issues today, does seem to work pretty well for us. So appreciate everyone who has joined us today, and as always, please send us comments, feedback, questions that you might have. You can do that through our Contact Us page or the public comment form, and do watch for an archive of today's recording to be posted in our Standards Board meeting calendar. So with that, I will go ahead and officially close the meeting for today, and thank you all for joining.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Adios.
Goodbye.
Good night.